That's the wrong scene. Hello. Hello, this is the right scene. What's up? Hey, jump scare. Hello. You got a lot of good emotes? Thank you. I like my emotes a whole lot. I do want to get some of them remade, of course, mainly because they're 2 hair colors behind at this point. Did something get dark all of a sudden? Something happened. Suspicious. Anyway, what's up, gamers? How's it going? That's a cute jacket. Thank you. Thank you. I got it at Forever 21. Forever 21 is a store that I find that generally their things don't necessarily last, but they were very, very inexpensive, so I got a lot of stuff there when I was like in university and prior, and it literally, this is like the only thing I still have from there because it well lasted. Like it's my favorite. It's my favorite jackets. Maybe this way? Okay. Hello. Forever we're not lasting forever. It's, yeah, I mean, you know, that's just the name. It turns out it's not necessarily very accurate. I kicked my desk while getting up. Like, it wasn't on purpose. It was like an incident. More that I need the desk while I was getting up earlier, and I feel like somehow with the sheer force of my knee, I somehow like something's off, you know? I feel like I changed something, but my knee, it hurt me more than it hurt the desk, that's for sure. Plus size stuff. Oh, really? Honestly, that actually makes sense. I find that's a limitation. I will say, like, this is literally the only item that I still own that has lasted for a longer time because their stuff is just not good. It's just not good. I think it's better to get stuff, obviously, if you can try to find stuff that's like not 100% artificial materials and stuff. I actually love the thrift store for that, and like, yeah, just a thrift store basically. You can get some really cool stuff. The chair cracked under the pressure, anime style. Yeah. All right, let's open the video game before I get too distracted. I have done everything I needed to do today, I think. Elden Ring, yes. I managed to fix YouTube too. YouTube, I accidentally set the stream to ultra low latency, which apparently is not a good thing. You want to do low latency. You know, but, you know, it told me it could affect the quality, but I clicked it by accident. It's not like it was on purpose. So, oh, Jesus. It's for the raid the other day. Dashing, thank you for the resub. I was so sorry. I saw it and I was like, say hi, say thank you to Dashing. And then I just freaking distracted myself. Hi, Dashing. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 13 months. Welcome back. Bandai Namco. Bamco. Really? Okay, you know it says click any button to continue? I scrolled on my scroll wheel and that counted. Okay, news to me. Wow, that's really cool of you, Elden Ring. Norma 60 also? A 60? You're lying, first of all. I haven't been streaming for 60 months. When? Hang on. Oh, 60 stream streak. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant 60 months. I thought you were doing one of your things again. Locked into a... Oh, goodness. Showing cam right now, nerd? Yeah, that's what I do. I have the background music. Although, I gotta tell you, Nokstella is not the best music, so we're gonna actually teleport somewhere else. And, like, Liurnia? Listen, this is a plan. This is an intentional thing that I do. We have the background music, and I don't show the game. Yeah, hang on. Sorry, I'm freaking... My brain's all over the place today, you know? Like, you have one of those days where everything's very active. I keep killing Gowry, but he keeps coming back. I'm assuming I'm supposed to quest something for him. He does tell you, to be fair, the first time that, you know, you're not going to get anywhere. Realistically. Are you asking about his quest? Because, yeah, absolutely, I can help you with that. He doesn't take it very hard, actually. He's quite a forgiving fellow, that one. Hang on. Oh yeah, I totally missed the 60 stream streak. I'm so sorry. Welcome, everybody. Background music tier list? I should do one of those. Rob, dude, I actually think that people... I don't think they understand that you're trolling. I feel like I need to, like add a warning to your comment or something every single time you get somebody. Like, when you ask, how did you get 2 wings of Adele? People did not catch it. They did not catch that you were asking about the wings of Adele. It's the wing of Estelle. But, you know, they didn't catch it, etc. Also, Volpine, what's up? I'm farming? What are you farming? Well, actually, now that I think about it, it is a comment. You're right, you're farming engagement because people reply to you. And thank you. You're doing good work. Where are you headed today? So we're gonna hang out basically in the underground. So we're gonna go to the Ainsel River Basin. Starting from the Ant location. So we're gonna start at Liurnia, head down there. We also want to do Nokstella today. We are done Nokron. The Ancestral Woods we can go back to, and probably Deeproot. I'm gonna do a focus on the underground because above ground we made really good progress. We made it to Lanedell above ground, so I think we're gonna go underground and start working our way to Lanedell via Deeproot in that direction. And I think I can take what's his face, Estelle. Estelle's never gonna be the funnest, but I think he's the toughest thing in that whole area. And then we'll be ready for Ronnie's quest, which we are also working on. So it's kind of like a good, you know, multitask. Community warning, known troll disclaimer is true. It's true. Playing DD2 like a scrub? Hell yeah. I'm excited for it. I'm really excited to play DD2 as well. Other than the big rot baby Elden beasts? Rot baby Elden beasts? What are you talking about? Hi Rob. Hi YouTube Rob. Yeah, that's basically the plan for today. Nothing too crazy going on, except for the usual. I think I might want to level up my weapons a bit more, including the Bloodhound Fang, because it's just good to have. And I can't defeat Rykard until we get all the assassinations for the questline. I don't think they'll let us do these. To be fair, I've either fought Rykard or done the assassinations. I don't think I've done, you know, Rykard and then done the assassinations. So that's one thing I'd like to work on, because I really do want his weapon. I want the Blasphemous Blade, but the problem is we have to get pretty late game for that. Basically because I want to do all the assassinations involved with that, so. Far enough ahead in DD2, I don't think I'll have to worry about spoilers when you stream. That's really great. That's actually another reason I'm waiting, too, is to give folks a chance. Like, I'm so excited to play it. But if I play, like, I'm going to play it a week off release, that'll give people a chance if they want to play it themselves a little bit. And, it'll give me a chance to finish DD1. Really. That's a big one. That's going to be tomorrow. So, Underground Sky when you can. We've mentioned the Underground Sky a little bit, but we will discuss it. Yeah, absolutely. There's always new stuff to uncover. I really feel like the Eternal Cities have so much locked in them in such a short area. Like, they're pretty small, all things considered, and they're kind of optional. Like, they're not... I love them, I really do, but in terms of the game, they're pretty short areas you don't really do unless you really want to, I guess. But they're such a highlight, and there's so much tiny little information squished into those small little places, so I'm really excited for that. Not to mention concluding Ronnie's questline, which is very important, but also just generally a very cool quest. One of the most in-depth in the game, and one of the most unmissable. One playthrough, I'd like to try to fail Ronnie's quest to see if we can, because I genuinely don't think you can. I think you could pretty much do Ronnie's quest until the very end of the game. I don't think it has a fail state. The rotten Erdtree worm things? Oh, we're not gonna fight those. We don't need to. I have a way to get enough golden seeds, so I don't need all of them. Like, you get more golden seeds than you need in this game, so we don't need to fight them. There's no lore in them, there's just... This is another one. Although, okay, there is a little bit of lore. The fact that there is an Erd Tree Spirit so far under the ground, including in the Lake of Rot. You know, it just means that the Erd Tree roots extend down that far, but other than that, we don't need to defeat it, you know? Perfect successor to Skyrim. That's high praise. I really like Skyrim. I feel like Bethesda has become a little bit of a meme lately with, you know, the fact that their most recent games like Fallout 4 and Starfield were not great. And if you enjoy those games, more power to you. You know, it's just, I was deeply disappointed in both, and it's like, it's not good, you know? So I hope that they do better with their next game, even though it's not looking necessarily statistically likely. But if we have a good successor, then we're pretty much set, aren't we? Is Elden Beast a full-grown tree spirit? I think Elden Beast is a little bit more like a full-grown and not malformed Estelle. In my opinion, the tree spirits are likely natural beings that existed before the Erd Tree did when it was the Crucible. They're probably part of the life cycle of the tree. Yeah, we've touched on this in previous streams, but just, you know, I personally think they're sort of supposed to be what they are, trees, like spirits that exist naturally and have a link to the particular roots that they embody. But because of the stagnation in the land, they're not able to fill their cycle, and thus they have become rotted or ulcerated or whatever, and they're overfull, kind of. And that's why their bodies look the way that they do in terms of the sort of skin appearing and pulsing out, and all the like polyps and stuff that you see. Tree mushrooms that naturally break down things to get rid of waste. Until the system got clogged. I would say that exactly to a T. Rob, thank you for the gifted sub to Moog. Nice throwbacks to when you gifted a sub to Moog while I was fighting Moog. Did that episode go up today? Was today the Moog episode? I guess it was, right? Because I saw people talking about Moog, so it must have been the Moog one. Theorize the Elden Beast to be the physical manifestation of the Greater Will, an avatar of sorts. I could definitely agree with that. I like to call him like a vanguard, or I mean, I call him like a representative or embodiment of the Greater Will. So yeah, absolutely, same concept. So the Elden Beast, in the form that he takes, he uses nebula and other space like spells that Estelle uses, which is why I think he's a star. But technically, according to Elden Stars, which is a spell we're hopefully going to acquire today, it's what do you call it? It's associated with stars very much. Hey, Sean. Bethesda fell off hard after Skyrim. None of the talent or skill. I don't even know what went wrong, but I really feel like they just sort of lost what made their game so good. Like, the reason people love Morrowind and Oblivion and even Skyrim so much is they got this sort of charm that I feel like they've tried to clean up their games, and as a result, they've removed the charm. That's at least the vibe I get, personally. Watch your own video all the way through after uploading it. Honestly, it's because I've been editing so much. I edit like 2 episodes per day on days off, and since I'm extra streaming, I edit on days I stream. So I edit before I stream, and it makes everything so confused. I'm like, I'll upload that today? Did I edit that today? Like, it actually the time gets crazy. Like, I actually don't know what went up anymore. Genuinely hope it's a problem Bethesda can come back from. I hope so too. I really love Bethesda games. There's something really special about those older ones, and even Skyrim, while it cleaned up a little bit, you know, like, it still has that core. There's a reason it was such a huge hit, and I think that they may have forgotten what got them there. And I'm not even talking about Skyrim, but like the basis that led to it, you know, and now they're just like, yeah, I've talked about it before, but I really think a big part of it is the fact that before you had to look for quests, right? You had to talk to people, you had to wander around. There was no big quest marker, and that whole, you walk through a huge town, and 5 things pop into your quest log and you're like, wait, what? I overheard something? No, I didn't. What? You know, that, I think that marks sort of the end, because it just turns your quest log into a checklist that you didn't ask for. And it doesn't feel like you're actually really exploring a world and engaging with it. It feels like the world is just yeeting things at you, and it just doesn't feel like it used to. And I feel like they used to actually be like, okay, how can we make people discover this quest, and how can we make them interested in doing this quest? And now they seem to assume that every single player is a hardcore completionist who will go through their quest log with a checklist and make sure that everything's done without actually making the quests interesting or engaging. And that's a huge issue that I ran into in Fallout 4 and Starfield. I did one quest line and everyone in chat was like, this quest line is so good when you do, it's so interesting. But I was like, but it sounds boring as hell. I don't want to do that. And they're like, no, trust me, it's good. And I'm like, okay, but me as a player, I'm not interested in doing this quest because it sounds freaking boring. And it turned out to be not boring, but it was like, you have to attack, you have to hook people. I feel like they forgot you gotta hook people into doing your quest. You can't just be like, I swear it'll get good. You know, doing a bait and switch works sometimes, like, hey, this sounds boring, but it turns interesting. You can't do that for a major quest line, if you ask me. It just doesn't work. You can't make every quest sound boring as hell. You'll just get people to stop playing. So, huge issue for the Greater Well. Marika, Prince's most loyal soldier. Oh, you think that Radigan and Marika fusing? No, when Marika and Radigan fused, there's a lot of evidence that Radigan was the more dominant in the relationship. And I feel like upon Radigan becoming second Elden Lord, you'll notice that there's a lot more stuff to do with Radigan. Radigan's studies, his knowledge, his creations, his relationship with Mikola. There's a lot more of that. And I feel like there's a ton of evidence with things like that to suggest that Radigan was the more dominant one, likely because of help with the Greater Will. The Greater Will supported Radigan. And with Marika being the vessel for the Elden Ring, she had to be a lot more tactical with her decision making. So I don't think that Marika was the dominant one. I don't think Marika wanted to fuse with Radigan. I think the evidence points to the complete opposite. And there's a lot of signs that Marika started to just be used as a vessel and lacked agency in a great deal of decisions upon the fusion with Radigan. So, yeah. And it was probably meant to keep her under control as well. Keeps Marika prisoner, but me lets Radigan throw hands? Yeah, because Radigan and the Elden Beast want the same thing. Marika is the foil to both of them. More dominant, why imprison Marika? Because even with everything trying to keep her away and keep her down and keep her imprisoned and keep her as a vessel, she still managed to shatter the Elden Ring. She is dangerous. And that's actually what's really cool. She was very clever. She managed to find ways to exert her will just enough to shatter the Elden Ring. Which is one of those things that we look at now. We're like, okay, yeah, they seem scary. Or it seems bad. But we now know by playing the game and experiencing everything it has to offer that it was this type of thing that needed to happen so that the order could be overthrown. Churches with Radigan statues instead of Marika ones. Wait, what about them? Sorry? Fallout 4, when settlers keep sending you back to the same location to clear out 3 times in 3 hours. That too, it very much felt like, hey, we need to protect this settlement, and it didn't, I don't know, it got overwhelming. So yeah, no, Marika was needed. Presumably because at the time, no other Empyrean was able to become a vessel for the Elden Ring, and as a result, Marika became required. But so they couldn't kill her, they couldn't remove her. She needed to be the vessel. There's something about her as an Empyrean that was important and couldn't be replaced. Eventually, they were grooming others to replace her. That's what the Empyreans are, but none of them were ready, and we don't exactly know what that entails. In fact, I think quite possibly the fact that she shattered the Elden Ring when she did is specifically to prevent her from being replaced, because if she was replaced, her replacement would likely be a lot more subservient to the greater will, that they would choose a better replacement, one that wasn't so disruptive. However, the other point is that it doesn't look like any of the Empyreans wanted to be a well-behaved, good Marika. None of them did. Melania is loyal to Miquella above all, and also as a Scarlet Rot host, she is capable, but wouldn't be the choice of Radigan. Miquella was probably going to be the choice, but he left the order because he didn't believe in it. Ronnie, same thing. Dragon Elden Lord was a vessel. Placidusax's Empyrean is sort of an interesting... We can't really be sure. I have this theory that Placidusax kind of fulfills multiple roles because he appears as a two-finger when we encounter him, like he's facing upward the same way they were when they're trying to communicate with the Greater Will. So I have this feeling that in the past, the previous lords fulfilled multiple roles, but the Greater Will was defeated and sent away, or like his influence was removed, so they had to come back, and that's when he sent the it sent the Elden Beast. Rob, thanks for the gift of sub to Rob. Pandora's Box? A little bit. I think it's more just... I think that whole section's kind of a mystery. We can't really be sure. What makes someone to be a new rep of the Greater Will? Imagine it's not just lineage, raw power, weird soul resonance. It's something we've talked about a fair bit, and I don't think we have a full answer. But one very important key, I think, is the power to create and an understanding of the essence of life. Those are two very important things that Marika possesses, and her best follower, or like in terms of following in her footsteps and becoming the next god, the most feared Empyrean is Miquella. Miquella is also a very talented creator in terms of literally he's a craftsman and understands the essence of life through his creation. So there's something very important about Miquella that distinguishes him as being the best option and the most fearful option. So people like Gideon who don't want a Tarnished to become Elden Lord and don't want a replacement and kind of want things to stay as they are, people like Gideon fear Miquella the most, which means he's the closest. Acts of creation are a big deal in mythology. Some heads of pantheons are such because of their creative acts. Yup, I definitely think that's a big sign for Marika. We know Miquella created needles, so he's really good at intricate work. But I think Marika did too. Like I think she's the spirit tuner, so she can spirit tune, which is very important. I think she created Torrent's whistle and also Torrent as an ancestral spirit in general. But Melania creates nothing. Yeah, exactly. So she's not the favorite in any means. It could also be, the fact is, she does create something, but it's only when she doesn't want to. When she blooms, she creates the bloom, an entire land is covered in scarlet rot. Out of her form, in her second phase, when she is the closest to the true full form of the goddess of rot that she could become, that she does become because we defeat her, butterflies are literally coming out of her body. Like, she creates spontaneously. And that's kind of the main reason I think that she's an Empyrean. She does create, but it's in a form that's sort of twisted. And she also doesn't want to create that way because the scarlet rot also destroys her internally and externally. Her limbs are rotted off, her eyes. Like, the rot is a curse placed upon her, but it still allows her to create and grants her a great deal of power. Placidusax might have been an Elden Lord in the past. He's Lord but not Elden Lord. No, I think there's a lot of evidence that he was an Elden Lord. That's what they mean. In fact, I think his talisman states that he was an Elden Lord. So no, he is absolutely a Lord in the way that we're thinking of. Didn't know Placidusax had the Elden Ring. So if Placidusax was the Elden Lord, it doesn't mean he had the Elden Ring. It means, if it's similar to how we have, the Tarnished does not possess the Elden Ring. They give it to the vessel, who is Marika. And there could be, or in our case, also Ronnie can apparently become a vessel in her ending. But even then, it's a little ambiguous. We don't know what happens post-ending. Does Marika retain her vessel status, or does Ronnie become the new vessel? Presumably, it's Ronnie, and we become her Elden Lord. But the Tarnished, Elden Lord does not possess the Elden Ring. And we also don't know who Placidusax's Empyrean was, if it worked that way. So, do we know anything about how the rot was planted into her? She was born with it. It was a curse placed upon her. Now, why was an Empyrean and a child of Marek and Radigan cursed by rot? Who knows? Also, what led to Miquella's curse? Because Miquella has a similar, very damaging and limiting curse, his eternal youth, his inability to mature, and reach his full power as a result. Because to mature and become an adult, you know? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. When we all spoke about Melania and Miquella almost being distilled a couple streams back, can't help but wonder if their respective curses were intentional to preclude the greater will's hold on them. Can be vessels of external gods already have an in. Yeah, I've definitely wondered how unrelated gods could have gotten a hold. And not to mention, who cursed Miquella? Like, was it a literal curse, or is it something a little more complicated than an outer god? It had an influence, you know. It's really interesting. We don't know. We really don't know. These are questions without an answer. But why call it Elden Lord? What do you mean? Vessel god must have been Elden Lord? No, okay, so Placidusax could be different. Placidusax could be different because he was the Storm Lord and like, okay, was he the Storm Lord? I mean, he definitely runs the storms, but the Storm Lord, once we get to the Storm Lord, I get a little confused. But anyway, Placidusax was a lord, and the way that we know how things work is that a lord has an Empyrean. So when we become Elden Lord, we have an Empyrean, and the Empyrean becomes the god and becomes vessel for the Elden Ring, and becoming vessel for the Elden Ring is what makes them a god. Placidusax, as far as we know, if he was a lord, did not have the Elden Ring, but he was a lord to someone who did. Sorry, my mic is being real annoying right now. There we go. That's a little better. The Storm King in my brain will ever be the Manta Rays and Demon Souls. When I think of Storm stuff and Storm Ruler and all that, I still also think of Demon Souls, yeah. Different races lorded over. Maybe the Rex of who could hold the power. Yeah, it's possible that Placidusax's whole situation is completely different, right? But it's just, personally, I sort of look at what we saw and put things together, you know? I look at how we know how things work and then go back. Do you know what I mean? The Elden Ring wasn't present in the past. I mean, they have an old depiction of an Elden Ring with like extra roots and stuff in Farum Azula, which is presumably very, very ancient. So I think that they had something similar. But I think what happened generally, okay, in Placidusax's time, the Greater Will ruled. He was the Elden Lord. There was a couple other figures we don't know about. We just know about him. And then the Greater Will they lost. They were chased away. And Placidusax is eternally sitting there waiting for it to return. But it picked a different whole thing. Everything's different. Also, this time it sent the Elden Beast. That's the main difference. Yeah, I'm really glad you're enjoying yourself. So, yeah, no, that's kind of, yeah. I think that's... There was a time where the Greater Will was chased away, and it seems to have returned. It seems that the Greater Will... It's the same outer god, the Greater Will again. But this time they sent the Elden Beast as well as the Elden Ring. But we don't know if it was the same one as well. It gets a little weird there. Alright. Video game, is you loaded? There we go. We are already deep into the lore. I love that. Okay, so... Alright, all set. Exactly beaten the Golden Order yet? I mean, it kind of depends on your ending, but even then, I find the endings rather ambiguous. Well, obviously, certain things we can assume happen, right? But the Golden Order... I don't know, because it's possible the Elden Ring is not an artifact of the Greater Will. Like, I wonder if perhaps we became, in an alternate universe, there was a Melania ending where we could be like, Melania, I will be your Elden Lord, and we give her the ring, and we have an ending with her. Would the Greater Will be usurped by the Rot God? because we're giving an avatar of the rot god power? I don't know. Is the Elden Ring... Oh man, it's freaking windy. I love that. No, like, I really don't know. Is the Elden Ring distinctly owned by the Greater Will, for lack of a better term? I mean, the thing is, the Elden Ring that we know of came to Lands Between in the form of a star, and the Elden Beast was upon it, and then that star became the Elden Ring. So that does sound like it's a pretty distinct link to the Greater Will directly. But, I don't know. All endings are bad. I think that's definitely true, but there's always, in most of them, there's still a little bit of hope. Because it's always a cycle. Right? Like, inevitably, except for maybe Perfect Order, Gold Mask's ending, I find that one to be, ironically, one of the most hopeless. So I'm not gonna do... Whoa. Little framey. Sorry about that. Video game. Elden Ring on PC. It's pretty stable, but I gotta tell you, console's like flawless comparatively. Yeesh. Back to 720p on Twitch again? Oh, I'm sorry. That's Twitch. Alright, let me double check my settings, but apparently, even though I'm a Twitch partner, Twitch can still decide to put me down to 720. Which is fun there, because they weren't supposed to do that, but if you look at Twitch policies, they have this tiny little thing where they're like, yep, we can put you down to 720p if we need to. Nope, everything's good. Yeah, sorry, that's Twitch. That really sucks, but it's Twitch. Nothing's different. Didn't even know that was a thing? Yeah, Twitch can throttle you. What's the lore on that? Twitch, baby. I will say, YouTube tends to have better quality. YouTube has its issues, but the stream on YouTube, it should be freaking crisp. Stream looks good anyways. I have to admit, it's a little bit annoying because I'm using Restream, which is this service that you pay for that basically it like lets you stream at an even higher quality. So I'm streaming at like a really high bitrate and it should be freaking crisp and flawless. And then Twitch goes, well, actually, we're gonna put you down to 720. And it's like, ugh. YouTube can use it though. The game's really loud. I think I may have accidentally raised my volume. Sorry. That's not pleasant. I think it's just a me thing. It shouldn't have changed for you, but ouch. Ugh. It's my mic. My mic has little buttons on it, and sometimes I click them without meaning to. Oh, you're not done? Oh, I really thought you were dead. She's too close to the truth. Yeah. Miyazaki let Twitch know to lower my quality down. You know what's funny? I feel like if you talk to Miyazaki, I feel like people think that if they were just able to talk to Miyazaki, that he would tell them all the secrets and stuff. But I feel like if you talk to him, he'd be like, what do you think? And then you tell him all your wacky lore theories and all the evidence and like the things that are in the game that like suggest this to you. And he'd be like, ah, and what do you think that means? And then he'd just listen to you kindly, politely. And then you'd be like, please, sir, please, can you tell me if this is true? What do you think? And then he'd probably say something like, the work has taken on new life after many players have played it. And I don't think I even have the answer anymore. And then you'd kind of be like, huh. Wait, what? No, tell me! What if he's not sure either? I mean, I don't know, but honestly, I think that Miyazaki and other people involved, Tanemura, I think they have an idea of what they wanted to portray, and I think that they have in their minds a solid canon for how things went down. But I feel like a lot of the fun for them also is the fact that people see different things too, because the work does start to take on a life of its own. Sometimes people see things in your work that even you didn't see there. But you realize, yeah, that is there, isn't it? And it's actually a very beautiful thing. Art designers? Oof. You know about the art designers too? I don't know if you've read that interview. There's an old interview that was translated from Japanese for the design works for Dark Souls 1. And Miyazaki's there, and the artist, at least one of the artists is there. And I'm pretty sure she I think it was her. She talks about how it was sometimes very nerve-wracking to work for FromSoft because Miyazaki would say something like, "Draw me sadness," and then let the artists work. And the artists were like, can you give me more direction? That he's like, "No, draw me sadness." And then he'd leave. And then they're like, "What?" You know, like they'd freak out. So I think that they would probably have a story like that about the time that Tanemura told them to draw Dark Souls 2. And they were like, "What does that mean?" And then he just smiled sagely and, you know. In all seriousness though, part of the reason that these games have such good direction is because I think it's because FromSoft really, and Miyazaki as the director, Tanemura in this case as the co-director, they allow their creators free reign to create what they are able to create, right? You got that emo in him. Nah, but it's like he tries to create an image, but he wants to see what the artist can create. And it allows them to do their work without being shackled to someone else's concepts. And there's actually a really, really interesting segment. Miyazaki doesn't like things to look gross for gross's sake. Because he finds that, according to this DesignWorks interview, to be kind of like too cheap and easy. Does that mean that nothing in these games is gross? No, but they're trying to do something else with them. So, for example, this was to describe the undead dragons in Dark Souls 1, which are these, well, what they sound like. They're basically rotted, dying dragons. And he says that one of the artists brought him an image of this, like, maggot-covered dragon. And Miyazaki said, "No, this is an ancient being."
Can you tell me what the story of Elden Ring is? Did Random hate God Ring? Miyazaki, you should choose the pendant as the starting gift.
That's actually real. That would be the conversation right there. You would ask him like, okay, like why did Ronnie work with Marika on the Night of the Black Knives? And he'd be like, "What starting gift did you choose?" And you'd say, I don't know, like the golden seed. He'd be like, "You should pick a different one." And then you're like, "Oh my god, do you think there's like a secret interaction between like your starting and like maybe you get a secret line of dialogue if you pick a starting, like this starting item and then you talk at this time?" And meanwhile Miyazaki's like, you know? Like he's a troll for sure, yeah. Full bind, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, he enjoys the idea of fallen regality, exactly. So when he created this image of this dark, distorted dragon covered in maggots, he says this fills you with disgust, right? It makes you feel grossed out, but this is a dragon that has lived for thousands of years, and this is now what it looks like. It's sad. It's a sad thing. And then we get the undead dragons. Another example would be the worm faces. Are the worm face enemies in this game pretty nasty? Oh yeah. But when you look at them, a lot of the time they're sitting, they look like they're crying. Their sounds sound like sobbing. Like when I look at a worm face, my first reaction is sadness. Like I see this heartbroken creature and I wonder what happened to you? Like what made you like this? Yeah, it's a little bit like, ugh, but then it's like, Oh. Exactly, pitiable. And I think that that's one thing that FromSoft does really well. Or the Pisakas from Dark Souls 1. The correct starting item is Shabriri's Woe. You know what's funny is I actually technically did do that because I picked this as my starting set and it has a Shabriri's Woe effect. So basically, I'm playing the game like Miyazaki intended. Pisaka? Yeah, the Pisaka are the experimented upon Seath creatures in Dark Souls 1, in the Duke's Archives. They're those like weird tentacle beings that even the Snake Men are terrified of and they run away. Those are called Pisakas. Which I believe the Pisaka is a mythological... I think it's in Hinduism? It's like a death creature or something? I think it's a name taken from myth. Miyazaki is trolling lore people by putting Gideon in the game. I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel like Gideon's trolling lore people. You know what like this is gonna be weird, but I think Gideon is legitimately meant to represent a gatekeeper. More than anything else, because the first thing he says to you is, I'm an old grandpa and you have to prove yourself to me before I'll be impressed. And then pretty much every way, Gideon's like, I guess you're doing alright. Congrats, I guess. And then they hate and like he uses people and he's like a huge jerk, you know? Like I really feel like Gideon's more like the gatekeeper vibes. Weren't those implied to be captured women? Yeah, so Seath was doing some big experimentation, human experimentation, including on maidens. Sup? And they were transformed into those beings, which is why actually there's a couple of Pisakos who don't aggro on you. They simply huddle in a corner and they appear to be crying. Yeah, there's a lot of really pitiable creatures in Dark Souls. I forgot they freaking roll, dude. Do it. Do it again. Look at him go! You learn a lot when you just look at enemies. I don't need a starting item? That's true. We don't need one, but I personally want one. I like starting items. Is that a sun? Okay. They kind of cute? They're very cute. Okay, okay. We jump down now. So I haven't talked too much about lore in this area. It's basically the same way to get to where we are in Ronnie's quest. But we mostly talked about these beings. There's more Claymen here. They seek oracles in their bubbles. Lost oracles in their bubbles. They use very interesting weapons. The Clayman harpoon is unique because it can be infused with like a element or whatever. You can like buff it, but also infuse, something like that. It's somehow special. I forgot why. Just a gameplay thing, but neat otherwise. They turn into pudding. They do turn into pudding. They really do be melting into mud. But I mean, they're called Claymen, you know? It's pretty interesting because they appear to be intelligent, sentient. They use spells, but then they're... Well, then they turn back into clay. It makes them almost golem-like. Oh, here we go. So where did you summon that from? Do you mind doing that again? Oh, what's really interesting is they don't need a talisman or catalyst to cast spells. They simply do from their own bodies. Considering their bodies appear filled with these bubbles, it makes sense as to why. Oh my god, they're actually... Do you see how their eyes are sort of like misshapen? Is it just me or are they very cute? And they kind of have beards. Alright, bye. Why do these guys have the bubble spell like the horn-blowing guys? These guys are probably the OGs. The horn-blowing guys likely came later. But yeah, they seek lost oracles in their bubbles. And the bubbles inflict magic damage. They sort of are like a little pocket realm. I think the bubble comes out of their chest. But yeah, the oracle guys probably came later considering their bubbles are golden and therefore influenced by the Golden Order. One thing I don't have in this playthrough is range, so we're just gonna have to deal with that guy over there. I'm really excited about Dark Souls 1. That's gonna be the next game we play in the LOREATHON, and I think that's why I've been thinking about it a lot more. I'm thinking about like Seath and all the stuff that I want to talk about in that game. I'm already kind of getting there. They also move like they're in a different time flow. Yeah, they move very slowly, but very like with a sureness to them. No one respects the bubble. No one respects the bubble. Made you want to go with DS1 after Elden Ring? I'm really excited about DS1. That's really what it is. He's just like so pumped. I don't know DS1 super well, but I've done a lore through of it. So I know it a fair bit. How long did you have to farm to get 2 of those weapons? I got muled. I didn't have to farm. Yep, it comes from just his body in general. Like it's like his sort of chest region, stomach area. Scales well with intelligence. The Claymen harpoon is a really good weapon, yeah. You know, I really like Demon Souls, but I know Dark Souls 1 really well. So for the LOREATHON, I feel like hopping right into the Dark Souls series will be good, especially since that means we'll get to Dark Souls 2 sooner. And Dark Souls 2 has some absolutely fascinating stuff that's directly tied to Elden Ring. Not to mention, that was the first game that Tanemura directed, and Tanemura was the co-director for Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. So I think it's really significant because it won't just be Miyazaki's sort of vision, it'll also be Tanemura's, and it'll sort of give a more holistic view of everything that we're talking about. We're gonna do all the games, though. Don't worry. Maps are here. Okay. So, the map for the Ainsel River. 2 great rivers flow beneath the lands between, the Shofra and the Ainsel. This vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erd Tree. So, I know there's a little bit of, like, debate about the Erd Tree, like, because there was also the Great Tree, and some people think that Great Tree equals Erd Tree. But based on the English translation, which is the only one that I have, I'm afraid, I think that the Great Tree is synonymous with the Crucible, and the Erd Tree, like the Great Tree was a great tree, and the Erd Tree is a great tree. But in terms of it referring specifically to the Great Tree, I think it more refers to its primordial form before it was changed into the Erd Tree, which happened later. Which happened with, I believe, the Elden Ring and Marika.
Is someone there? A customer? Well...
Do you violence the merchants for convenience? No, but we might attack one of them just so we can see how they use frenzy spells for lore. Thematic warrior, so we can make a couple more boluses. Ah, Perfumer's Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by a depraved perfumer contains perilous techniques no ordinary physician would attempt. Yeah, you do permanently get their bell bearings, including in New Game Plus, I believe, so it's pretty convenient. And then we get the prisoner's gear. So very notably, the prisoner has a covered eye, like fully covered. Only one eye is, you can only see through one of them. It's pretty interesting, considering all the stuff about You know, concealed eyes, covered eyes, closed eyes, sealed eyes. Iron mask forced on a prisoner convicted of an appalling crime. Thick, heavy, and utterly stifling. A foul creation designed to torment the wearer, either slowly fermenting hatred within their heart or a spiritual fervor that is near indistinguishable from it. I do like the line of dialogue about tormenting the wearer ferments hatred within their heart, which I think is basically exactly what happened to the poor omen. That their mistreatment made that hatred form into a tangible form that then became curse, right? Like, strong emotions have direct magical effects in this game. Poor omen, man. Prisoner clothing. Tattered clothing worn by a prisoner convicted of an appalling crime, never once washed. Every fiber is filthy. The smell is beyond belief. Better buy it. So this merchant sells celestial dew and some gravity stone chunks. Ah, shard of rock found in the wake of a meteoric strike. It is imbued with a particularly weighty magic. The desperate ones who scavenge for these shards dub themselves star callers. I wonder if that's... Oh, I must already have these. I wonder if this is... I kind of forgot about this detail, but yeah, you know how we see those figures wearing those weird tattered masks digging in places where there are meteors? I wonder if they're not looking for this. Okay, thank you, bye. Aren't emotions tied with hexes in the other Souls-like games? They sure are. Actually, now you mention it, yeah. And that's one thing that I actually want to mention is in this game, not only are they tied to curse, and it behaves very much like we would describe a hex. And the guys that T-pose too, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Those guys, the T-posers, yeah. Those are likely star callers then. Neat, I forgot that there's a detail about their name. It's a very Foucault take on how order incorporates punishment and imprisonment. Yeah! I'm not like super well versed in Foucault. Someone did get me that book. I just haven't read it yet. I got such a backlog of books to read, you know? But yeah, no, so there are hexes in this game. And now that you mention it, this is a great note. Spirit ashes. Is it the summoning tool? What is it that says this? Hang on. There it is. No. Summoning various spirits from ashen remains. There's an item, it might even be one of the spirits, but it talks about how the spirits fight because it's what they did in life and they remember it. Hang on a second. It is different! Okay. Remember how we talked about the background looks like this is very similar to the runes that we see in the Ancestral Followers? They're the tablets that we light to activate boss fights. The puppets have two suns behind them instead. Otherwise the same. But that's a little different. I wonder if it could be a reference to soullessness. Like, not fully soullessness, but becoming a puppet, it clearly does something to you. They're not dead. Puppets are not dead. That's the other thing, too. Well, it could sort of kill them as a consequence, but Nephili is alive. We give her a potion, and she becomes a puppet. Dung Eater, he's alive. We give him a potion, he becomes a puppet. And it appears he can feel it's happening to him. His dialogue is really disturbing there. Ronnie tells you they recall battles past but briefly. That sounds about right. Either way, the reason that Ashen spirits fight is because it's what they did in life. And when you ring that bell, for a moment, they sort of re-enter that memory of battle. Spirits also are able to fight, for example, in the catacombs in Radahn's arena. The spirits are fighting each other because it's what they did in life. They have fought for so long that even as spirits, they continue to fight without needing to be summoned. And then we have the rancor spells. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. So I'm looking really closely this playthrough for anything with the word hex in it, because I really wonder if we aren't going to get more of them. Puppets are rather unique summons that they can die to deathblight. Oh, I didn't know. That's pretty interesting. But no, there's definitely something special about them. Represents the type of magic Salivist used to make puppets compared to the stormy stuff that inspired the hawk. Yeah. Okay. The dead have long been left to wander, but they need leadership. They are cinders of the ancient death hex, raked from the fires of ghost flame by death birds. Anyway, all this to say is the idea, and then we have Omen, who some of them wield something that looks like their Omen curse within them. They can spit it at you, or they imbue it on their sword. And it looks kind of like Deathblight, but it doesn't do Deathblight damage. Like, it is their own curse. And I think a lot of it comes from their own hatred for how they were treated. And Garrus is an actual boss in this game? Yes! Yeah, we took him out. We get to meet Garrus. Yeah, it's pretty neat. So all this to say that emotions can trigger something real in this game. In a very tangible sense. The nomads, in their despair, accidentally summoned the Frenzied Flame. They were manipulated into this position, likely by Shabriri, after being accused of heresy. And imprisoned for heresy. So they were accused of heresy, imprisoned in the sewers, and in their despair, they became heretics. It's actually pretty interesting. Like, sad and awful, but interesting. Oh, this! Oh, I forgot we get a freaking view of the Lake of Rot early if you take this route. Personally, I'm glad I didn't see this on my first playthrough. At least I don't think I did. I feel like I would remember. Emotions are a secret skill equal to intelligence and faith. Yeah, so let's take a look, because the death birds... that's not it, sorry. Yeah, so the death spells, the hexes, for lack of a better term, because they're not all necessarily hexes, but the death spells require intelligence and faith to use, and they tend to veer more toward intelligence, especially the ones that are directly related to the death birds. It's like understanding them, because what Rancor Call is as well is you literally summon the spirits of the angry and vengeful dead. Summons a horde of vengeful spirits, and in order to do this, you need to have faith, but also a great deal of intelligence. God, it's beautiful, isn't it? Like, horrible, but beautiful. I love the Lake of Rot. Imagine the smell, like the fumes. All the way from up here. And glintstone in the ceiling. And right above this is Raya Lucaria. Yeah, Raya Lucaria is sinking into this. That's why everything below it is... Well, not Raya Lucaria itself. It seems to be untouched, but everything around it is sinking into the swamp because this is what they built it on top of. The Lake of Watermelon Slushy? Which blind people are you referring to? The folks who wear blindfolds? Because the idea of not needing eyes to see or seeing beyond without eyes is also very present in FromSoft games. In Dark Souls 3, Irina is blind and she is able to see the dark because she was born blind. There's something special about the blind in that they are able to perceive the dark and feel it in a very tangible sense. And they feel the dark nibbling at them, and it can be very scary for them until they learn to sort of deal with it in their own way. Like, they have to be trained in a way. But it also makes them scary to others. Like, I always forget his name, Morn? His name isn't Morn, but he uses the Morn hammer in Dark Souls 3. He is supposed to protect her, and he does, but he never stays near her because he's terrified of her. So she's this little girl, blind and huddled all the time, and he's this huge armored guy, and he is horrified of her. It's really neat. That's present, but the thing about the blind in this game, in terms of the prophets, some of them are blind. Like Irina, in this game, Hayeda. But a lot of them, like Corin, they simply follow their faith. It's like literally they possess blind faith, and they wear blindfolds to represent their blind faith. So it's similar, but not quite the same thing. Snake robes out of them and grabs you? Yep. Yep, we're gonna get that attack. It's a very rare attack, apparently, and it looks almost fake when you see it. But yeah, it's actually the warden, the duelists who wear this exact outfit that I'm wearing. They have an attack where the snake on their arm becomes a real snake and grabs you. Aegon of Kareem. Thank you, Evil. I always forget his name. I love Aegon, but I always forget his name. Okay. So we're here yet again with another one of these people. This one is really fun because everyone here was turned to freaking stone in the ground, and they're all real sad about it. And a dragonkin. Dragonkin? Oh my god. Okay, I was like, where does he spawn from? Yeah, just like that. 2 sets of jaws, just like the Demon Souls dragon. The dragon god. And I was testing out Endure. Well, hopefully, now I know how to trigger it then. I guess I'll test out Endure. Look cooler when their eyes turn bright orange. Wow, the wings! I forgot this one gets wings. It's so cool. Wow, I forgot how cool that looks. The ice lightning. It also absolutely kills the game's frame rate on PC, that's for sure. Oh, what the? Uh-oh. Yeah, this is brutal. I don't think this happens on console. Also, really interesting about the Dragonkin soldier. 4 wings come out of his shoulders. Just like the ancient dragons. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that didn't count as a hitbox because I hit its clothing. Frozen lightning spear. Hollow chest just like the giant trolls. Yeah, the thing about the trolls is their chest is hollow because we know something was taken out of them. I think these guys, the Dragonkin soldiers, might be a little bit more like the Royal Revenants. So Royal Revenants also are completely hollow. They have no organs. They look almost like a hollowed out tree trunk. Thank you, Zuli, for the video. Zuli did a video that showed off the Royal Revenants without their clothing. comes out weird, but you know what I mean, without their garb. And of course they move so quickly, so it's kind of hard to see them usually, but you could see that they basically look like a tree trunk with many, many arms. They look almost like they've been grafted, but they don't seem to have been grafted. And they are revenants. They are some sort of spirit. It's likely that they are simply like a personification of a curse. There's an item I need to get. I forgot about. But yeah, no, the Dragonkin soldiers, I think they're a little bit more, considering that they're of Nokstella, they're more like artificial beings. And the reason they're hollow is because they were created incorrectly and improperly. Looks like it was mummified. He is all wrapped up as well. It could be that they were buried that way, but honestly, their lore is basically that they were artificial creations and they were unsuccessful. Yeah, it's an incantation. Frozen Lightning Spear. Incantation that channels the power of the Dragonkin soldiers. But it has the same symbol as, like, the ancient dragon stuff. Is it? It has the same symbol in the background as the ancient dragon cult of the capital. It's not one of them. But that is interesting. Incantation that channels the power of the Dragonkin soldiers creates a spear of ice lightning and stabs it into the ground from above. On impact, the spear will burst into trails of lightning advancing forwards. The Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Instead, ice lightning was their weapon. So, it says they were born. And I really wonder about that, because I always thought they were artificial creations, and that's why they're so flawed. It's also possible, especially with the whole human experimentation thing going on very heavily in all the Eternal Cities. But they created their own lightning with what they had. You know, like they had no sky, so they created their own with this cold imitation of a sky. So rather than red lightning or even yellow lightning, they have ice lightning. Great Ghost Glove Ward nearby? Yeah, it's the reward for the boss, basically. So, in Nokron, there's one of these treasures as well. The same chest right underneath this giant, you know, throned guy. And here we get a Great Ghost Glove Ward. The other one also had the Treasure of Nokstella. Or, sorry, the Treasure of Nokron. The Finger Slayer Blade, which we gave away. To Ronnie so she could do her quest, but still. So now we have two. Large glove warts were used to comfort heroic spirits. So nothing else is buried here. It's possible that it being buried here is to comfort this being up here. Like a multitask, but I don't know. Anything and everything related to the Eternal Cities revolved around trying to manufacture a new lore. The Tears is an obvious example. The Mudmen were an early iteration of that. The Mudmen, I think, are older than the Eternal Cities. I think they're of the civilization of old. All these ruins. Like, not these. These are Nokron ruins. The Nox ruins. But once we get to, like, yeah, Ul Palace. This was the older civilization. The stuff that looks almost like Greek ruins, that stuff is where the Claymen are from. I think that they remain from that civilization. But other than that, I agree. Dragonkin were them experimenting with dragons, trying to create their own version of Plasudasax. I definitely think that, yeah, they were definitely trying to create a lord, for sure. The one thing I'll say, too, is I almost feel like they tried to create everything they had above ground, below ground. As if they were trying to recreate civilization, everything that was dear to them. They made their sky. They were trying to create a lord, for sure. But they also have, like, plants, right? That look like the ones above, but are silver. I don't think they were trying to create a plant lord. You know? So I think that part of their experimentation was to simply create their way of life down here. And they largely succeeded. We even have, like, Dukist Herba that only exists down here. Although, there is the Ancestral Followers, so they seem to have been here for a longer time, too. So I think that there was definitely stuff down here before. An herb that grows in the false night in and around the eternal city. Soaked in arcane dew, it gives off the faint glow of starlight. And the thing is, they succeeded. Things actually grow down here. Meant to be the failed creations or what? Those things confuse the heck out of me. Why are they giant? I honestly don't know. I think these might be the heroic spirits they talked about. Why are they ginormous? I don't know. But then again, look at these things. Like, if these were people that were somehow transformed at the moment of their death, like, they are also very variable in size, which with some of them being huge. I mean, if someone carved these, then I just want to talk. Throne carps have 2 sets of teeth. Let's take a look. I mean, their mouth is closed, so it's kind of hard to tell, but it looks to me like just one... Like, they look pretty normal, all things considered. Bloodborne, where you see all those petrified folks screaming at the skies. I definitely think it's supposed to give you a similar feeling as Bloodborne, but I really wonder, like, what exactly... Like, in Bloodborne, we know exactly what happened to the people there. Here, it's a little bit more ambiguous what happened. They're not tall, you're just a shorty? How dare you? How dare you call me a shrimpy? Have a hole in their stomach? Yeah, I think... Like, I don't want to look too much in the hole in their stomach, because that's just kind of like if you... Like, they're... Okay. You know when you see a skeleton? It's got ribs, but then nothing underneath because it's... And then just the spine? The reason for that is because those are where your organs go, and if you're like a skeleton, you don't get the organs anymore. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think it's like intentional. I think because that's just their ribs, and then their organs are just largely absent. They don't have any organs. They're just these like mummified rock beings. Boner Lords DS2? I actually don't know what you're referring to with Boner Lords. Where their ribs should be? I think their ribs are in place. Those are their ribs. Is where their organs should be. They have a cavity. Don't remember the boss? The Boner Lords? Oh, the Bone Lords! Yeah. Yeah, the Skeleton Lords. I love the Skeleton Lords. Feel as if they were wailing to the giant lord as they died? Definitely, but some of them are facing the wrong way. Like, these ones are facing upward towards Nokstella. Wait, sorry. Nokstella. Like, literally directly toward Nokstella. Now, okay. Bloodborne, there is a land there where they did basically mass human experimentation and effectively sacrificed an entire town to achieve a goal. To succeed in performing a dark ritual. I'm talking about Yahar'gul and their attempt to commune with Murgo, the infant great one. If you know what I'm talking about, you do. If you don't, you'll see. But, yeah, this one's facing that way. Which is... I don't remember if there's anything here on the map, to be honest. Maybe Deeproot? So, considering Nokstella, or the Nox civilization, was well known for human experimentation, I wouldn't put it past them to have performed some sort of ritual that caused this. Also, there's the fact that we know that they were attacked by Estelle, whether they did it to themselves by accident or whether the Greater Will sent Estelle to destroy one of their cities. I don't think the Greater Will has that kind of power. I personally think it was maybe a hubristic concept as well, right? Like, they did some sort of experimentation, they accidentally unleashed something, and it destroyed them. That's kind of the result of Yahar'gul too. In Bloodborne, the human experimenters really quite possibly hit the worst possible fate. Wonder if Estella used gravity magic to just rip off the flesh all their bones attraction style. That is super messed up. Thank you for bringing that forward. Bloodborne, the cave leading to the Nightmare region, had rocks with skulls and twisted expressions of agony too. Wait, the Nightmare cave? Which one? Because they have some twisted architecture there, but I don't remember ones that look like bones. Like people. Okay, so this area's done. Where am I exactly? Statues are related to this despair that brought about their ruin? I think no doubt. When we hear despair that brought about their ruin and we see a bunch of people in huge despair, yeah. Even in Nokron looks pretty intact, all things considered. Also, I really wonder... The night... Now, I know the Nox, likely, their appearance changed after living down here, right? Like, Dark Elf style. Although, Dark Elves are a little different in, like, Skyrim and stuff. But, in general, their bodies became better suited for living underground. But I wonder maybe if the people we encounter in Nokron and Nokstella, like the Night Maidens and such, if they're even, like, alive in a traditional sense. Or if they're just silver tears playing a role. The thing is, they do leave bodies. Statues don't exist at the original Eternal City at Deeproot. No chairs either. It could have been destroyed. Also, could not this one have been that one from Deeproot? Like, I know we're kind of far. I gotta get to Deeproot, then we'll see. But is it possible this one was, like, moved? Then again, Nokstella doesn't have one, does it? This could just be Nokstella's. It's the closest. What are they poking at in the water? Silverflies, fishes? Good question. Yeah, they just, like, poke at stuff. It could be the bubbles in the water, because they don't just do it in the water. They're, like, digging. Loss of vision, pale skin. Yeah, you know what? Maybe not then, because they do... Oh, God. I have messed up today. They do develop darker skin. They literally become more silver. Then again, perhaps as a consequence of living under starlight. Like in magical starlight. We're talking about magical stars, not real stars, right? So... Past the cave, there's Frenzy, the werewolves with worms in them, and the giant hurling boulders at you. I can't think of the statues that look like despairing people in the Nightmare, though. I just think of, like, the general stone architecture, which is super messed up. But, like, the screaming statue people, I thought in Bloodborne were pretty much just Yahar'gul. Hang on, I'm having a moment. Isn't this a dead end? It just leads to the dragon ken? Is there a fork I missed, or is this really just lead to this? Because no, you have to be able to get to Ronnie's. What leads to Ronnie's? There's an alternate path to Ronnie's place. Oh, I thought I could pop the bubble. Can you not? Oh, well. Even these things can have grace. Or I guess it's just runes. I feel like if they get bonus runes, it also means they have the guidance, or they, not the guidance of grace, but they have grace. I don't know. Only poppable with face? Yeah. Whole lot of vitamin D underground or vitamin A. What do you get vitamin A from?
Well,
hello.
Divorce from...
Aren't these resistant to fire? They are Claymen. Clay is very good at not burning. Carrots? Okay. Fair. Fair. So, like, food. Because vitamin D you largely get from the sun. Vitamin reinforced vegetables, carrots, and also liver and other meat products. Liver. I remember this, but I think this is otherwise a dead end. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I feel like I'm forgetting a path. Not having range is really killer for this freaking Estelle baby. Uh-oh. Sun activates his metabolism, but you get it from food as well. Really? Runes are like sustenance. Yeah, they need it. They need it. Yeah, it's weird what they do with them. But the thing about the merchants is each and every one of them is frenzy infected as well. Perhaps because they're the ones who initially summoned frenzy, they don't catch it the same way that it would be a disease, right? Like, they don't appear to be inflicted by it. But when you attack them and aggro them, almost all of them will cast frenzy spells on you. They're all frenzied. So we have to wonder if some of that isn't their unique status as the unwitting frenzy worshippers. No, but I definitely think there's something with runes, though, for sure. They don't need food, but they still feel hunger. We do see a couple places with, like, plates set up with food in, like, certain noble locations. Oh, that's way too high. Yeah. That's okay. Pretty sure we're done here. This particular one. Only there's a single enemy in the game doesn't drop runes. Yeah. It's a gameplay thing, for sure, but it's still interesting to discuss. Elmer having fresh food was weird. To be fair, it was Mirai who had fresh food. He just took over. Wait, isn't it just this way? Did I just, like, forget a path that was way up here? Is that what it was? This, and then that leads to the well. Ah, that's what it is. Wait, the well depths. So this is where we came from with Ronnie. St. Trina's melatonin supplements. It is pretty interesting that there are two baby Estelles down here, like two cocooned Estelles. And like so close to one another. Staying inside during the winter thing. Apparently, a vitamin D deficiency has been correlated with the increased risk of things like neurological things like dementia later in life. But it's one of those, like, they're not sure because it could be other things. I was reading something about, like, places like Scandinavian countries where they don't get a lot of sun. They tend to have a lot of vitamin D deficiencies because it's, like, cold there all the time and everyone covers up because it's cold all the time. $50,000 IU? So how did you know you had a vitamin D deficiency? Did you, like, what did you have, like, signs of it, and then your doc was like, let's test your vitamin D, and then they were like, yo, you need some vitamin D, and then you just got prescribed, like, prescription vitamin D? Body can only absorb, like, 5K. Yeah, but if you're deficient, you can get prescribed like huge ones. Yeah, no, it's like it's a thing. Oh! That's a very cool grab. I'm glad we got that, but like, ow also. Oh yeah, you know what? Having more melanin in your skin can affect absorption rates for sure. Found out when I went for a thorough exam. Huh. The stinger doesn't inflict rot, but the weapon version of the Anspur does inflict rot. Yeah, it's odd. Then again, what if they like dipped it into the Scarlet Rot swamp or something, you know? It does look like it should rot you. So, okay, it's hard to do, but apparently if you can take out the lady, or like knock off the lady somehow, the ant will actually turn on the rider, and you could tell by the purple eyes. Although realistically, those are actually, I would say those are pink eyes. Holy shit, she hurts. It kind of seems like they used a Nox equivalent of a bewitching branch on the ants to control them, because that shade of pink is the exact same shade of, okay, I'm trying to flee at this time. One moment, please. It's the same shade of pink that we see on the bewitching branch. That's Mikola's. Works with inflicting sleep on the ant. I will try this for science if possible. Stay over there. That's Mikola! It's true! Okay, this is not gonna go great, is it? Oh! It freaking worked! And now its eyes are free! Ah! I saved you! Don't turn on me! No, I saved you! I'm helping you! Marlo, not right now. I'm attacked by ants right now. Help! And whose freaking side are you on? Oh, look, they're going. Look at that! That's neat. Oh, I did not expect you to keep moving back. It's a little interesting that that color, that pink color, we don't see it pretty much anywhere in the game. But yeah, those ants are basically possessed. She kicked his ass though. Yeah, I'm telling you, if Torrent ever turned on me, I could kick his ass too. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I want him to, I'm just saying that if he did. Hi, cat. Hi, come here. Come here, little kitty. Come here. Oh, do you see the little fluffy body down here? Come here. Raph killed Mikola, DLC canceled? Can you kick Marlo's ass? Honestly, I feel like he could take me out. Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that thought with the sleep pod. I didn't even think about that. All right. Marlo, come here. Hey, come here. No, come here. No, child. Alright, I had to kidnap. One might even say catnap him. Ask Marlo if he could kick my ass, and I think he'll hit you with the nah, I'd win. Would you win? Yeah. Yeah, I'd win. Domain expansion, unlimited pets. Look at this little guy. Hi, buddy. You're so good. Yes. Yes, catch some of these. Honestly, in all seriousness though, the only types of hands that he's ever gonna catch are these hands, for pets only. Heard about catnap before until this weekend? Really? Do you own cats? Because I feel like if you own a cat, you know all about catnaps. Nah, I'd pet. He is looking kind of happy today. He's very happy. He would like me to play with him, and we will. We played a little bit already. We played chase, remember? And I threw your little toy for you, and you chased it around, and then we played chase, and then we got some pets and some catnip. Isn't that right? Do you want more? Do you consider that you're something of a spoiled prince? Looks like the meme cat with the flower on his head that ascends. He does. There you go. He does love being held. He prefers to play. He's a little bit like, but I wanted to play actually, but as long as he gets some attention, he's happy. He's a sweet boy. I'm sorry, buddy, but I have to entertain stream. We're talking about lore. Would you like to, do you have any thoughts about, like, Mikola, perhaps? Oh, the mlem. How old? He's about 8. Yeah. Does he get the zoomies? Oh yeah, daily. Omega zoomies. He loves to run and play. Draw a lighter color behind his ear? Yeah, he's got a spot of light fur behind there, right there. Cute, right? The cat is Mikola, he's compelling affection, and who could blame him? Teasing ending to your last video? Was it, hang on, was that the one, did I fight Moog in the last video, or did I go, haha, we're going to Moogwin, and then I didn't? I don't remember. Which one went live today? Go to Audience Grounds and cut it? Ah, okay, yeah. Tomorrow's episode is very pog. Is very good. It's very funny. Because I'm not very good at Moog, and I don't really like Moog, and I still don't, so you can imagine it was immensely entertaining. Do you think he knows a bunch of people are watching him right now? Does he know? Whenever I scratch his chin, he does the little mlims. Look at this fluff. Marla, do you know you have completely upended the stream? Oh, are you leaving? I don't know. Do you want to go, or do you want to be held slightly differently? What is your thought process at this time? He has clasped my knee. Hard to keep up with all the content? Hey, that's understandable. Thank you for watching, though. I mean, heck, being a few episodes is behind is good because then you can get caught up. We're getting perilously close to the end, though, I will tell you. Now I got fluffies all over. Time to go? No, it's okay, it's okay. I'm not, like, trapping you. Like, I was gonna put you down. Every time he wants to go, he acts like I've been, like, clutching him harshly and trapping him, and then he's like he sprints. And I'm like, buddy, I'm literally gently holding you, and if you made a sign that you want to be put down, I would release you. Freaking cats. One moment, please. Bye, buddy. Thank you, I love you. Alright, I threw his toy for him. And now I'm absolutely covered in fluff. Drama King? He's a drama king. I do sometimes call him a drama queen. Both really work, you know? What if Radon cat was cut because it canonically ran away from him? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think Radon is a cat person. I think he's a horse boy. I think he's pretty canonically a horse boy. I'm not saying you can't be both. I'm just saying if you're a lover of horses, I feel like you gotta commit because horses take a lot of work. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really just dabble in horses, you know? You have to, you make the horses your life. He's such a Ken. Genuinely true. But he likes to dress himself in lion garb. Yeah, because he's something of a fanboy, alright? He is something of a crazy horse boy. I might have to, like, literally rinse my face. I feel the fluffs. I'm so... it's not... I'm not allergic. It's just literally the fluffs tickle my face and it hurts. Or, like, it just... You know when the fluffsies be tickles? You know? Hey, baby. Oh, God. And that is a lesson why you don't say hello to people by saying, hey, baby, especially strangers. You might get whipped. Holy shit, that was cool. How do I do that? You're destroying all your own architecture. People that have horses love most animals. It's true. I just feel like it's hard to have horses and be like a cat person as well. Like, you can have both, you know? What if we're trying to get whipped? I don't think you'd enjoy this level of whipping. Show me your sword. Or your dagger. So that's the Night Maiden Mist. So their daggers vanish when they die, but they're not wieldable. They do definitely, they have a curve for sure, but not as intense of a curve as the flowing sword. It does look pretty reminiscent to the Black Knight's blade, like a more straightened out version of one, a more standardized version of one. She missed with her attack. She sure did. Owns horses, he had to take care of them, so now he hates horses. Yeah, like, having horses is very much like a passion thing. Like, you need to be passionate about horses because they really, they do take over your life. Especially in, like, modernity. Maybe it wasn't so when horses were, like a tool, and you needed them because we didn't have the technology. You know, like where horses, not that everyone could afford a horse, you know, obviously, but you know, my dad has a funny story about horses because he was raised on a farm and they had a workhorse, and her name was Kasztanka, which means chestnut in Polish, because she was a chestnut. And I think, first of all, Kasztanka is such a lovely name compared to chestnut, but whatever, her name was Chestnut. And he would go to the like, I think it was the sugar mill with the special sugar beets. And while they still had Kasztanka before, you know, she, you know, passed, he would take Kasztanka. But the thing is that she was a creature of habit. So when she would want, like, they would go to the mill and then they'd return. But my dad was a kid. And for example, maybe his grandma was like, okay, before you get home, please stop by this place. So he'd take the horse and try to guide her toward the place. But Kashanka's like, no, you idiot, we're going home. I know how to go home. And she would not listen to him because she knew that once you go to the mill, you go home. So she would literally just not listen. And he says that eventually when they got home, then Kashanka would listen. Then she'd be like, okay, yeah, where do you want to go now? But first they had to go home. That was the rule. Wow, okay. That to me was a very charming horse story. Polish government owned everything? Yeah, but that's more because it was a puppet government of the Soviet Union. Just get parried? No, it blocked me though. Like it, I didn't have the mana, I guess, so the attack was just straight up blocked. Yeah, deflection. I didn't even know that could happen, to be honest. Ghost Glove War Picker's Bell Bearing. So another thing about these too is this is another statue we see of the Night Maiden with these despairing people below. Gotta learn gravity magic to deal with horses? Yeah. Yeah, so that one must be the Nokstella one. Interesting. It's not very accessible though, comparatively. Oh, the Archer Ashes. The Band of the Fallen Hawk again. Where are they? Spirits of archers who belong to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Though their methods are somewhat crude, they work well as a squadron, firing a hail of arrows in unison to the sound of a war cry. So the band made it all the way here, apparently. Kind of looks like the Bell Maidens from Bloodborne. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. They are holding a chalice, though. This chalice, though, is not lit, but oftentimes they have, at least the other one, had flame within it. Maybe this one's gone out? Who sent the band? We don't know, but they're probably affiliated with the Deathbirds. So it could be the Ravenmount Assassins, could be another worshiper of the Deathbirds. Could also be people affiliated with Stormhawks, though. There's a couple different factions that are involved with birds. Oh, Somber Smithing Stone 7, that's actually huge. So Nokstella is very much like something of a marathon. There's no sites of grace anywhere within it. Nokron there is. I don't think it's a lore thing. I think it's just gameplay. But it is a little interesting because to get to the fallen or the treasure of Nokstella, it's something of a run. Hi. Oh wow. Wow, okay. I hope we get those fist weapons in the DLC, those. Good God, okay. And the ball? Really? That's what you freaking get. You spammer. Sussy weapon? It's not that sussy. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. It's not that weird. They do have Stakes of Marika here, which is interesting seeing that there's none in Raya Lucaria. There's only not one in front of Renala, but you're right, there are none now that I think about it at all. Are there? Raya Lucaria was pretty anti, you know, Marika. I feel like that could have been something to do with Renala too, you know, like... She saw my husband take her freaking stakes out of here. Oh, one more. I do love how these ones are electrical. They imbue them with a lot of different elements. Okay, but I want the item in here. The freaking ball's on its way. Okay, we're gonna stealth 100 this. Okay, the thing is, I can't stealth 100 it because I have extended aggro range. Want to see something funny? Oh, Jesus! Okay, I didn't expect it to happen that fast. Hey. Oh my god, I misjudged it again. Alright, listen, you're a stupid ball, you won't catch me. Eh. Fuck, fuck, fuck. No, it... Nope. No, Jesus! I live, bitch. What are you gonna do now? I'm literally floating. I have the strongest freaking heal of all time. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What? He fell! How did you get down there? That should not He needed to make sure he took me out.
We all float down here.
Oh my god, Gisela, please clip that for me. I didn't expect the ball to just slightly shove me and then freaking reform below. Oh my god. It literally just gently shoved me without a hitbox. That's what I get for taunting the ball, but I genuinely didn't think it could hit me. I was testing. I didn't think it could. But I didn't get the larval tear, so it means it must be alive again. That's so interesting. Oh wait, no, they do respawn. They just don't give you a larval tear again. I remember now. Volpine, thank you for the 100 bits as well. When does it get fast? Like, what's the trigger for it getting fast? Is it proximity or? Oh my fucking god! I love these balls so much. Now, I said what I said, but like, it's not weird. It's not. Thank you for the clips. They're they never stop being funny. Oh my god. And now the ball's gonna come back. Goodness me. Oh shit. No. Let's get. You know, we got two monks. Two monks and a ball walk into a bar. Watch this. You got bigger problems, honey. Ow! Oh my god, 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 oh my god! No! We're doing a pacifist run? We don't harm anybody here. Uh-oh. Oh, it's not funny when it happens to me, though. This ball has absolutely no mercy. What is the purpose of this freaking room? Is the question that I have today. Oh, is this the chest? Okay. Ah, the Night Maiden and Sorceress puppets and the monks like guard it. Is that considered instant karma? Why would it be karma? I've never heard anyone with a ball before. Oh, that's so strange of you to say. Ugh. Can you freaking move? Neat! They scream when they die to fire. It's very interesting, actually. Alright, let me take a look at you. Might be easier to see the one out there. Yeah, they got the gray skin.
What do you call a religious person who sleepwalks? A Roman Catholic.
That's pretty funny. Jeez, Master, thanks for the 100 bits. That dude is still following. He's been run over several times. His buddy is dead. And don't forget, his buddy has been run over by the same ball. And he's still there. The subject screams when I burn them. Intriguing. It's true, they do. Can't tell what the eye color is on these guys. Looks white or gray. Oh, they have typical, I think they're called Nightken, the starting class Nightken. They have the same eyes. They have like, I think they have dark sclera with sort of silvery white colored irises, if I remember right. We'll go take a look at the Nightken at the start. Okay, so these ones don't have torches, so not all of them have torches. Are they all female? No, so those ones, the ones wearing this garb are monks, and they seem to be male. Versus the ones with the crowns, either single or twin crown, the cat girl helm as I like to call it, are women, yeah. Covers the mouth but not the nose. And the Night Maiden and the other crowns cover the eyes, but the eyes are still visible. Like their eyes aren't covered, but it's more like a veil that conceals slightly. Why do these guys look healthy where everyone else is kind of walking dead? I don't know. It's a good question, though. It's potentially because they don't have grace, right? Like maybe, okay. I'm not certain, but Nokstella and the Eternal Cities are marked via, like they worship the stars, and unfortunately we've been very unlucky with drops. There is the item description for the Nox Monk, Night Maiden, all that garb. It says something about how the people in the Eternal Cities are waiting for their Lord of Night. If someone knows which item description I'm talking about, I think they all have a very similar one. But feel free to copy and paste it. It's just all farmable gear, and I haven't gotten a single drop from them, so I've just been unlucky. But they worship stars, and they seem to be a lot more in line with the typical astrologer setup. Thank you for the great Ghost Glove wort. Best dodge of my life. No, 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 no! Help, help, help. I'm stuck. I'm stuck by an invisible ball. No, 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 no. Wow, that was lucky. Long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false night sky in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of the stars and their lord of night. So, the astrologers worshipped the stars, and they stargazed. And they seem to be awaiting their Lord of Night, and now they're trying to create one. That's one big thing they're doing here with the Silver Tears, the Homunculi, the Dragonkin soldiers, all that stuff. It seems to be experimentation in order to create a Lord. Via mimicry. And in fact, if you boil down the Nox civilization, it seems to be generally marked by mimicry. They create artificial skies, which we don't see as much here as we see in Nokron, but we'll go back to Nokron. They create artificial plants, as far as we can tell, or they alter them somehow, but there are plants that grow under here, under the light of stars. Whoa, almost fell. Buildings, like everything here, is a mimic of something else. Their architecture might not be. I'm not certain. Their architecture seems to be their own. But even then, the astrologers became the Nox, and it's possible that them invoking the ire of them, of the Greater Will, was literally the astrologers, because the astrologers were stargazers who lived on the mountaintop of the giants, and they were cool with the giants. They shared the mountaintops. So unlike the giants being enemies with the Zamor, the fire giants kicked out the ice dragons. The fire giants obviously warred with the Erdtree, and you know, Leyndell. Leyndell probably started that one though. Either way, the giants, the only ally of the giants that we know of are the astrologers, and we learn this from the Sword of Night and Flame. Where is it? Here it is. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touch the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. And then we have the Sword of Night and Flame. It is literally a sword that combines the astrologer Night and the fire giant Flame. So it's not just that they're neighbors, like clearly this represents an alliance. And Renala calls upon an oath-sworn giant during her boss fight. A troll appears, so it's a little bit like, what's going on with that? But still, there's something there. And then with the Nox, it's possible that when the giants lost the war, another consequence was the astrologers being punished by their sky being taken away, and that's when they were forced underground, before they even called themselves the Nox. That might be the mark that they became the Nox when they were sent underground, in fact. But it's a pretty big cultural shift. Also at around this time, Renala joined Rhea Lucaria, bewitched the academy with her. I say around the time, we don't really know what the exact timeline was. But she bewitched the academy with her moon sorcery and became the leader of the academy. And then she founded the Carian royal family. She's like, yo, we are the Carians now. But she was a stargazer. She was an astrologer just like the others. Timeline of the Carian War, way after the Giants' War? Why? She girl boss everyone? She pretty much did kind of girl boss it, yeah. Also, we don't see too much. Oh my god. I forgot that it happens. Attacks are punished after the giants were and forced underground. So wait, why doesn't that track? I just don't understand what part of it doesn't fit. It's possible the astrologers were defeated first. Because they were generally just a culture that, like, liked to stargaze and didn't seem to create or build very much. Like, I'm not saying they didn't, but we don't see any ruins. We don't see many ruins anyway. So maybe them siding with the giants and being like, nah, we aren't going to fight the giants is what did it. But the thing is, if the Greater Will could invoke... Okay. When Marika started the War of the Erdtree, apparently the Erdtree was beset by all sides. Nala only left the Stargazers and established Kari after the Giants' War? It's possible. I don't really know when she did that, because she was a Stargazer. The Stargazer talisman tells us that, which we will get to. I would like to do that today if possible. There's some really neat lore there. Either way, there's evidence that the War of the Giants may have taken a really long time, so it may be something that occurred during all this. Would a lore-accurate astrologer class build toward the Sword of Night and Flame? Maybe. The Sword of Night and Flame is a faith weapon. I started astrologer my first playthrough. I didn't use this weapon. I didn't have the stats. I mean, it scales off everything, because it represents both, but you need 24 faith to use it, like even to use it properly. So, depends on your astrologer. Any indication that astrologers are involved in the Giants' War? No. However, there are signs that astrologers fought with the Giants, or fought with Godfrey against the Giants, like the astrologer starting class. However, individuals vary, because then we also have figures, for example, the Crucible Knight that serves Tanith. It's been a long time since I've done Tanith's full questline and gotten, like, fought him, but I'm pretty sure it says something about he was the lone knight. Like, literally, that particular knight sides with her above others. So even if there's groups that believe a certain thing and have a certain idea, there's always going to be exceptions. But it's pretty interesting because the astrologer is a tarnished. And considering astrologers predate the sorcerers quite a bit. Also, it suggests that we're not really sure who founded Raya Lucaria. A couple of figures are called founding scholars, such as Lusat and Azur, but the problem with Lusat and Azur is they also founded schools of study within Raya Lucaria. So when it says they're founding sorcerers, we can't be sure that they founded the school, or if they founded a school within the school, within the academy, right? We have to be careful assuming one way or the other. Patches, is that you? He's not bald. Sorry, I thought he was bald. Don't know the astrologers predate the sorcerers. We do. It says that the astrologers came before the sorcerers. Also, like, the academy was founded by stargazers, and at that point they started calling themselves sorcerers. So most definitely the astrologers predate the sorcerers. For sure, for sure. What are you up to in Nokstella? Really just completing it. We're gonna get the legendary treasure. Almost there at this point. I don't have it yet. It's not stars, or I think it's like called Falling Stars or Rain of Stars or something like that. It's the heretical tower sorcery. That one's really neat for the lore. We get it at the mountaintop of the giants, and it seems to be the very first primeval sorcery created by one of the scholars. Founding Rain of Stars. Yeah. So that, I think, is one of the marks that separates the astrologers who became sorcerers, is because they found this primeval current and they started studying it, and they needed a place to do it, and apparently they went to Raya Lucaria. Yeah, I mean, it's called Founding Rain of Stars. Like, that seems to be the moment that something was founded. But now it's called the Heretical Tower. So maybe within astrologer culture they were considered heretical already. I don't know. Like, some speculation here for sure. Now, why astrologers and not astronomers? Because it's more about, like, astrology. That's more what they're focused on. Like, what astrology is. The movement of things. Like, it's also the older form of it. Like, you might ask, why alchemy and not chemistry? Because astrology has an aspect of mysticism. Just like alchemy has this occult mysticism concept as well. It's not a pure science, right? Astrology was considered a science in this time, and it's evoking that concept of magic as well. Palm reading, tarot, you know, numerology, all these things, they have a mystical aspect. Astronomy is a very different vibe. I would not have started as an astronomer class. Also, watch your YouTube playthrough. There's a recent find on there. That's what reminded me. Sellen uses a spell which fits with her being primeval sorcerer. She is. She studied under Lusat and Azur. She is the new generation of the primeval sorcerer. She's probably the only one left, which is why she was kicked out. Anyway, we just got the talisman. So this one's really neat. This is the equivalent to Nokron's treasure. So in Nokron we get the Finger Slayer blade, and here we get the Moon of Nokstella. This legendary talisman is a treasure of Nokstella, the Eternal City, increases memory slots. This talisman represents the lost black moon. The Moon of Nokstella was the guide of countless stars. So this might actually be the answer to what happened. Like, why these people are not warped is because they don't have grace. Okay. Astrologers study the stars, and we know from Ronnie's questline, Radon, the stars guide the fate of the Karian royal family. I don't think it's just the Karian royal family. They give us a lot of focus on the Karian royal family, but personally, based on what's going on in Nokstella, Nokron, it seems like the people here were simply frozen. They aren't stretched, their bodies aren't warped. They otherwise look fine and normal and human. And I'm not talking about the silver tears, because the silver tears are just like artificial, so whatever. But like the night maidens and stuff, their bodies are otherwise fine. And I wonder if it's because their stars were not frozen. Also, Nokstella, this talisman increases memory slots. Now, we have heard about a full moon. We have heard about a black moon and a dark moon. Now, this is something I know from translation, so like we can talk about this with full confidence. The black moon described here and the dark moon are different. They are just two distinct moons. Are they aspects to another moon or whatever? I don't know, but it looks like this moon literally existed and is now gone. And the reason we can say this is because of our memory stones, which increase our memory slots. It is a black, lightly beguiling stone. The moon tends to be beguiling. It is prized by the sorcerers who produce them, said to be a fragment of the black moon that once hung above the Eternal City. So something happened to this moon, and it straight up fell. This could have or was destroyed, shattered, whatever. It could also be an artificial moon. I'm not sure. But this is their treasure, and this is a representation of what that moon looked like to them. I really wonder if the silver tears that are literal orbs are not maybe an effort to remake that moon or something like that. But it's really notable that all those gigantic ball silver tears drop larval tears, which means they're alive. They move. They roll at you. Of course, they're alive. They're intelligent. But they're alive. And I wonder if they weren't trying to recreate their lost moon. Because this talisman is their legendary treasure here. And there's no figure on this throne. I actually forgot about this. This is huge. That's a tree. That looks like a pine tree. This looks like the crucible, actually. The great tree. This is behind all the statues. Not the statues, those giant corpses in the chair. It's just we can't see it, but this one's empty. I actually forgot. This one is an empty throne. Someone is not here. Like the others. The Academy and the astrologers in general were connected in the Nox, though. So, astrologers, Nox, Karian royal family, academy. All sorcerers came from astrologers. Literally pretty much every single one. Yeah, like we know this pretty much without a doubt based on all the lore that we've acquired. So for sure, the academy has since become their own faction because it has been thousands of years since astrologers were around. The fact that we have a starting class called astrologer is actually really interesting. But we know that there are different groups that evolve from that one. Like, it's been such a long time. Of course, their categories are super different now, but they evolve from the same source, right? Connection from the astrologers to the Nox. It's because Nox and Karya are so similar. Like, we can see links between them. We realize that they came from the same source. They're all star worshippers. Like, unless you can tell me another origin of a bunch of star worshippers or star studiers and people who are fixated on the stars that wasn't the astrologers, I think we can pretty safely assume that the astrologers became the Nox. They're a new culture now. They don't call themselves astrologers anymore. They are the Nox, but they came from them. Should make a TikTok dance based on those arm movements? No. I'm not gonna do that. Imagine the cheeks needed to fill that chair. It's more like 2 trees on the side and the middle. I personally see that as a tree in the middle, though. I see what you mean about the trees on the side, though. No, that could be it too, but the one in the middle is almost for sure. Do you get tired of explaining yourself multiple times? No, because there's always like more information to provide and there's always new people coming in. So like the whole point is to have a living discussion. If I didn't want to explain myself multiple times, I'd just do a video. You know, I'd script it and I do want to do that. I want to find some time. Once the Elden Ring first playthrough is done, I would like to do like some scripted lore videos to talk about the stuff just because I think it'd be fun. But like, no, that's the point of streaming and talking to folks. Like, it's very alive. We're all here collaborating and figuring things out, you know? There's also no one on the chair in Celia. Ah, good point. The Celia one. This one's just really well lit. Almost looks like a veil. A veil under the tree. Either way, whatever you see, I think this is definitely like, that's supposed to, well, the crucible tends to point up, doesn't it? Yeah, the crucible branches tend to be depicted as pointing upward. So could it, wait. Is it possible this is meant to be an inverted tree? Like an upside down crucible? Like as if they took a tarot of the tree and flipped it upside down? I don't know. I think personally I think that's a bit of a stretch, but it's pretty interesting. Yeah, what if I just was like, no, I've already talked about this. Please see the previous stream. This will be on the quiz, make sure. Where's the door? No wonder I didn't find the door my first playthrough. Well, I did later, actually, but not on my first run through here. No, this was discussed previous stream. My god, I really do be covered in blood, huh? I'm doing a quiz. I love quizzes. Inverted imagery going on down here. The city's clinging from the ceilings of the caves. Yeah, the inverted hawks. The inverted hawks were sent to explore the Eternal City, though. I'm not sure that I want to link them, but it is a tangential link. Okay, I want to talk about these plants before I forget. So, have you ever done that thing in science class when you take like a celery and you put it in food coloring, water with food coloring, so that you can actually see how the celery absorbs the food, like the water, and you see how it spreads across the leaves? We did that in school once, and I remember, but it reminds me of this. It's in the soil. The silver, the quicksilver, maybe the mercury, like whatever is giving off this glow is in the plants. It also, frankly, looks a bit like a parasite. Like, if I saw this on one of my plants in the garden, I'd be Googling what this is and how to treat it. Like, this does not look great. But it's interesting because the way that it's spread across the leaf, it's not like a typical system, but like it's spreading across it. So it's basically everywhere here. I wonder if this might be why these people are kind of... Oh, is that moving? Hang on. No, it's just water. There's water here. Is that water though? Hang on. There's no water here. I'm not making the walking in water sound effect. I never noticed this moves. There's like a flow of silver here. That's really cool and really creepy. But it's not dust, because look, it has like a water effect almost. Neat. It's all over the place here. Even this stone. Yeah, that's very neat and weird. It almost looks unintended, but like, I think it's gotta be. It's not ever seen that effect anywhere else. What about Arteria Leaf? Arteria Leaf, okay. I've actually wanted, I've been kind of going back and forth on this. So, it's a dark red leaf, thick swollen veins. It has a pulse, stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. So, I think these might be associated with the Blood Star. Maybe. I'm trying to think where we found them. They're kind of all over the place, but they're not like blood roses. Blood roses are associated very closely with the Lord of Blood. Arteria leaves are similar though. They pulse like they have blood within them. Stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. So it can prevent you from falling asleep. Looks like it's reflecting the sky movement. It could be, but there isn't like... It's not like a light source. I don't know, this is still neat. It's interesting how it's not over the entire part of the leaf. Like, that's actually really weird. It's like it's infected with something. For sure. Okay, well that's pretty much everything here directly. Still a golden seed here too, even down here. We get one in the Chauffeur River too, so it's not too unusual. Okay, we're pretty much done here, so I think I'm just gonna run through the rest. Oh man, I'm trying to look at your freaking sconces. Okay, I don't want her to kill me because I'm like almost there. Yeah, go home. Those torches, they looked like they had water within them. It could be oil, but it didn't look like oil. Interesting. Very nice background entertainment. I'm glad to hear it. And then we're back in the river. Covered in ants. So this Talk to Ronnie is lit up.
Even when I turned my back upon the Two Fingers, Blythe remained my loyal ally. Though he was created a vassal for an Empyrean, he was a colossal failure on the part of the Two Fingers, Blythe and E.G. both. Art willing to give too much to me, yet they both understand what lieth beyond the dark path, that I must betray everything, and rid the world of what came before. Ah. Should I add thee to the list? Another one, kind of heart. As kind of heart as they.
Ronnie becoming mini still makes no sense. You needed to carry her around, I guess, and they didn't want to render her at every bonfire. or have her walk with you. Imagine if this game, instead of giving you a tiny Ronnie doll, gave you a Ronnie escort quest where you have to make it all the way there while a tiny little doll walks slowly behind you. Like, genuinely. The insects you find in caves, silver something? Oh, silver fireflies. Let's read about those. Let's reintroduce ourselves to some silver figures. Ronnie holding hands? Hey, I didn't say holding hands. This is your own thought. Mean Goose, also hello. Melina with Ronnie reskin? Melina also doesn't walk with you. She just appears in the same pose at certain bonfires. Y'all gonna die? I think they knew. The thing, okay, one thing I'll say about that line that's actually really neat. She says that Blythe was a colossal failure on the part of the Two Fingers, right? But the thing about that is she, without even meaning to, the Two Fingers made Ronnie's shadow perfect for her. Like, Blythe was literally so perfect because when she turned on the Two Fingers, because she has that defiant streak, Blythe came with her because he was loyal to her, right? Because it's actually really interesting. They were made to be perfect and follow their Empyrean everywhere, even if they betray them, even if they are cruel to them. Like, Marika does not treat Malekith very well. Well, she does betray him by allowing, in my opinion, like working with Ronnie to steal a fragment of the Rune of Death. Like, I think that's very much like a thing, right? But the thing is that she doesn't seem outright cruel to him. She doesn't have a bond with him, though. The betrayal is definitely a bad thing. But other than that, she just she seems very practical. She's like, okay, Malekith, cool, nice to meet you. You're gonna go take out the Glowmite Queen for me, and then you're gonna be this vessel for the Rune of Death. And Malekith's like, okay. And that's pretty much the end of it. She just doesn't have a relationship with him the same way that Ronnie, for example, has with Blythe. Why didn't she just ask Malekith to give it to Ronnie? Personally, I think it's because she couldn't directly communicate with Malekith, because at that time, this was sort of when Radigan was more dominant. I don't even know how Marika managed to communicate with Ronnie to plan this if she was involved. It would have been pretty difficult, considering she was sharing a body with her absolute worst enemy. Like, literally, just think about this for a second. Imagine you're trying to plan a heist, and you're sharing your body with like a bank guard or something at the bank that you're trying to heist. Do you know what like, imagine, and first of all, it's kind of a hilarious concept for like a comedy movie, like a weird rebus alchemical comedy movie, but that's basically what I think happened. It wouldn't have been easy. So I don't think, I think also Marika would have told Malekith, do not let anyone take this, which is probably why Malekith absolutely falls apart when he fails. Imagine being roommates with the world's biggest tattletale. Yeah. With a crazy partner that checks your phone. Kind of like that. You leave the room. Loses mind in the temple, the way he says to put it back reminded me of an abuse victim. I think the thing about, there's a lot of, we mentioned it really briefly, someone else brought up Foucault, but the concept of punishment in this game and penance is really interesting. Personally, the way Malekith exists, I feel really bad for him. He's a very pitiable figure, but I think it's because he truly thinks he failed Marika, because the last thing she told him was to, presumably, this is speculation, but she used him as a vessel for the Rune of Death, and then probably says something along the lines of, keep this safe, don't let anyone take it. And then it got taken. And he takes that on himself. And he feels guilty. He talks about it as being his sin. But he got freaking robbed. It's not like he chose it. It's not like it was an accident. He takes this mistake on and blames himself for what happened. So whether Marika was involved in that or not, either way, he takes it on himself. And he punishes himself eternally, and his penance is to consume Deathroot so that he can try to undo what he did. Why did demigods fear Malekith? Because he was the only one who could kill them. He was the possessor of the Rune of Death for a very long time. So in a world without death, they were born into this world where no one could die, but the rune of death existed in one figure, and that was Malekith, so he was this sort of fearful figure. It seems to be that easy. Malekith didn't seem to be threatening anybody. They're honestly, I don't even know where he was most of the time. It's potentially Farum Azula, but I don't know why he would be there. I don't know why he ends up there either. That part's a little fuzzy. Why Malekith is the place that he is, you know. Anyway. Blythe was perfect for Ranni. That's basically it. And even to the point that it was detrimental to the Two Fingers. Does beg the question as to how exactly a fragment of the rune was stolen from Malekith, who is basically one of the most powerful beings in the lands between. Maybe whoever stole it was someone he trusted. I think that's personally why I think Marika had to have been involved. Because she would know Malekith's weaknesses. I don't think she did it directly. But I think she told Ranni how to take advantage of any weakness he had so that she could somehow steal it. Also, once again, I don't think Ranni is the one who stole it herself. Respectfully, Ranni doesn't do anything herself, so I'm leaning towards she sent someone to do it. But the big one for me is I think Marika had to have been involved in the theft of the Rune of Death, because I don't think anyone else would have as much knowledge about her shadow as her. Time travel is a major speculation. There might be some time travel. I mean, Farum Azula exists outside of time and space, from what we can understand, so for sure. Melina, perhaps? I guess it's conceivable, but I really don't know where Melina plays into the timeline, because she's a spirit. Like, when was she burnt exactly? Right? Millicent Quest a time loop too? No, not in its current form. The cut content implied that Millicent's quest was supposed to be Melania, like getting her memory back. But in the form that we have in the game, Millicent is a fragment or daughter of Melania and is not her. So it's not really a time loop. It's more like a cycle, like mother, like daughter sort of thing going on here. No, sorry, listen, I talked about the thing. I put forward my arguments. I don't want to go back to the same discussion we had before. So, like, I've covered it to the point that I'm comfortable, so we're just going to move on. We are the reason Farum Azula is falling apart. From that point forward, it crumbles. I think it's probably crumbling beforehand, no? I still think the ruins all over the lands between are probably from that. Millicent tried to stop us from giving her the needle because the invading Millicent knows the outcome already. I personally read that invader as being just the rot itself. Then again, you could argue it's the opposite, because the invader uses waterfowl, which is a technique that requires great dexterity. But the thing is, Millicent would never be able to go on her questline if we don't give her the needle. She's not able to self-actualize if we don't give her the needle. Even though the needle does lead to eventually her doom, it also leads to her journey. It's one of those things, is it worth... If you know at the end of your quest you're going to die, is it better to simply stay in bed and rot? Or is it better to go on the quest and experience it because it's about the journey, not the destination? Personally, I think the latter. And I think that's the point of Millicent's quest. Else, your other option is to simply let her languish in agony until eventually she dies of her affliction. That's it. Those are your two options. Anyway, Ronnie's been waiting. 1 second.
This form hath loosened my tongue. I've let slip too much. Forget what thou'st heard. Forget.
So some people use that line to justify her first line, you know, when she's like, "You will do me a service as recompense. You have sullied the name, Ronnie," blah, blah, blah. That's, to me, that whole, like, slightly embarrassed, forget what you heard, is very different from how intense she is at the start, so I still don't buy that fits. But she definitely has this sort of, this soft streak underneath it all. She's getting sentimental as she's getting later, but even then, it's like the softest little, like, ugh. Going soft. Forget that. It's not... Imagine if she said, "How dare you have listened to me after saying such awful, embarrassing things. That's it. I'm not gonna... You must do me a service and I will drain your brain of memories." That would be more comparable to what she said at the start, because this is so much softer.
This fool I've let slip, forget what...
Okay, that's it. Bye. Okay. Complete control is vulnerable as the doll? Wait, sorry, do you mean at the start, or...? Oof. Yeah, I really wonder what's going on with the Sisters of Millicent, because there's a couple things that are tough to reconcile. So number one, when we defeat the invader, the Millicent invader, we get 5 sacramental buds, each bud representing one of one of Melania's children, the 5 sisters. But at the outside the room, there's a bloom where you get the traveling. I think it's called the traveling maiden garb. It's the outfit that Millicent wears, basically, and the sisters all wear. So it's like maybe there is some time travel involved, but I don't want to assume time travel immediately. Hi, Baleful Shadow.
Shadow, thou art the last. Tell the 2 fingers that Rani the witch cometh. Rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
So this... That was a bad dodge, but we're fine. This Blythe uses... I say Blythe, it's the Baleful Shadow. But it has a piece of the Rune of Death. Honestly, I wonder if this isn't evidence that Alecto was locked up by the 2 fingers. Then again, her blade still has Rune of Death when you attack her. But Blythe doesn't have Rune of Death on his weapon. The Baleful Shadow does, though, so I wonder where the 2 fingers got it so that it could give it to this guy. This man's tough? Yeah, he's no joke, and he heals. Does it? Yeah, it does. It drains your health. The Black Flame health drain effect. Yeah. That's what I mean, the Rune of Death. That's where they got it from. The Black Flame, the Black Knives, they got it from the Rune of Death. That's what causes it. So they would have had to have gotten it from a Black Knife. No longer is the power of the Rune of Death. Okay, I get it, but it still is imbued with Rune of Death. That's why it's able to work. That's where the power comes from. That's where it gets the color. Is that really Blythe's face? God, it looks scary when he's all red. So it does the drain just like the Black Knives do, but like I know it doesn't have it, but it comes from the Rune of Death. It's imbued. So Ronnie had to do that with some forbidden rite, right? So how was the 2 fingers able to conjure this shadow that has the same effect? Also, I'm wondering if this isn't a way to perma-kill Ronnie. I'm wondering what effect this would have on her soul if it hit her. Considering that she used the Black Knife that she imbued. She gave one to each of her, each of the Black Knives. They all got one. Okay, so that is like pure hyper armor. Okay, good to know. Oh my god. Half the Rune of Death on a real body. So that is a curse mark. That is it's sort of like a real bad magical scar, for lack of a better term. Shadow is there to intercept Ronnie? Yeah, and she says Baleful Shadows, but we only ever see one. And Ronnie says this is the last. Death Rune the Black Knives and Malekith used in Black Flame? I'm literally talking about what the Black Knives use. What wrong term am I using? Like their flame, the Black Knives, were given a fragment of the Rune of Death so that they could kill Malekith. So what's left, like I know that it doesn't have the same power, but what they had was the Rune of Death. And that's why they were able to kill Godwyn. They use knives that are black? You know, it's another two-finger situation because they're the Black Knives and they use black knives. All the other Baleful Shadows died. So, that's another thing. Ronnie says, take care of the... I'm dead. Yep. Take care, or get rid of the Baleful Shadows that prowl these lands. And then you run into one, and she says, thou wert the last. Some dialogue was changed, I'm telling you. Baleful Shadow needed 3 sisters? No, that one's different. That is not the same thing. That one is a artificial mask someone constructed to get close to Ronnie. An assassin tried to get close, and they made a mask that looks like Blythe. It's outside of Celavis's tower, and we forgot to pick it up this playthrough, so I'm going to do that soon, if I could ever freaking take out this gosh darn Baleful Shadow. What color Melena's maybe knife is? I don't remember. Problem is, she's a spirit when you see her, too, so it's sort of hard to tell. I think they might just have the Bloodhounds finesse it. I don't do enough damage. And I can't get close to him for like 90% of his attacks because I can't dodge all of them, so. Well, that worked. Oh, I didn't do a second attack. What? Isn't it gold, the Blade of Calling? I think it's gold. I don't remember. But it's not like bright gold.
Beautifully fought. My thanks. 'Twas more of a challenge than I envisioned.
At least she doesn't comment on me dying
Now
3 times.
I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and Iji I love them.
I forgot to free freaking Blythe. Ah, whatever. I forgot to put Sellen's thing in her body, man. Where's what did I get? The key? The discarded palace key. A key discarded by Lunar Princess Rani alongside her very flesh opens a treasure chest passed down to Karian princesses. It is said to be found in the Grand Library of Rhea Lucaria with her mother Renala. Alright, let's go do Sellen's mini quest here. Because I forgot. And we have to visit here anyway. And well, I'm trying to think what's the best way to do this. Yeah, Blythe's in the kennel. What should I tell Celavis? The other thing too, Celavis is dead. A lot of people do comment, hey, Ronnie doesn't say anything about Celavis. Yeah, that's because he's dead by this point, and I'm pretty sure she's the one who took him out. So it'd be a little funny if she was like, tell Blythe and Ichi I love them. And then go stab Celavis in the face for me a little bit, even though he's a freaking puppet. You know? His death is so strange. I really don't think it's that strange. Like, it's a little unusual, but honestly, Ronnie being like, fuck this guy in particular is pretty fitting for her behavior. How do we know he's dead? When Ronnie leaves, he dies. Without fail. Why is Celavis under service in the first place? He's a preceptor. They serve the Karian royals. He just seems like he was convenient for the time being.
My apprentice. Just how long has it been?
Like a day.
Thank you. You've helped me fill a new body once again, and it's truly a gem. Young and full of vigor, a snug fit for my primal glintstone. Better still, I've shed those awful shackles. Finally, I can return to the academy to expel the Karian royal family and restore the primeval current. My dear apprentice, I owe this all to you. Finally, I can return to the academy to expel the Karian royal family and...
Okay, bye. You're right, Tort down here? Oh, no. Who are you gonna side with? I think Sellen this time because it's funny. Yeah, this is just for the person who's like, how do we know that Celivis is dead? You're right, he's not technically dead. But the thing is, we know exactly where he is. He might as well be dead. Is she aware that the Karian royal family is literally one person right now? The thing about her is, A, she might not be, and B, I think saying, I'm gonna go kick out the queen who is completely placid and not doing anything anymore and hasn't moved for like 2,000 years, I'm gonna take her out. Like, I feel like it's a little less traumatic. Sellen will never be ballin'. Rani needed him to help her figure out how to keep her soul alive in a puppet, and she kills him so she can't mess up her plans by trying to control her. No, he literally can't control her at all. Even with his magical potion that can even take out even a demigod, it doesn't work. So, I really, you know, you can read it that way if you want. Who's that guy? Yeah, Celivis. I forgot what I was talking about. Last time I thought. Oh, Ronnie. Ronnie hates Celivis. She doesn't trust him. That whole line, he has a line that says, oh, I forgot to get the freaking thingy. One second. When you talk to Celivis and you do his scheme, he says, Ronnie lets her guard down around you. I don't think that she lets her guard down around me. I think she lets her guard down... Well, yeah, she does trust me. There is that line Roger says that, like, people want to trust you. I've seen it. So the main character is special, for sure. But I don't think she's suspicious when E.G. or Blythe come to talk to her. I think it's just Celivis. It's one of those situations where, reading between the lines, I think Ronnie simply does not trust Celivis. And she would be stupid to do so. A mask fashioned after the head of a black wolf, relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Ronnie the Witch's loyal shadow. The likeness is striking. So, Ronnie's been dealing with people trying to attack her for a while, and it does look exactly like Blythe. Versus a real Two Fingers assassin would simply be Blythe, because the Two Fingers created Blythe in the first place, like we saw. Traitor was E.G. luring Blythe to the Everjail to imprison him? Wait, which one? Blythe leaves a message above the hole to Nokron saying that a traitor is to be taken care of and tells you to go ahead to Nokron, I think. Is that traitor Celivis? Did Blythe kill him? No, no. If Blythe killed somebody, they wouldn't be in the puppet pose. They would be in fucking pieces with their blood everywhere. It was probably E.G. being like, "Hey, can you go check one thing for me real quick?" And then trapping Blythe in the thing. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Good of you to drop by. Have you heard? Lady Rani has departed on her journey along the dark path of Empyrean, from Rena's Rise, as she calls it. It would not have been possible without you. As Lady Rani's war counselor, and moreover, her childhood warden, I express my deepest gratitude. You, and only you, were Lady Rani's true champion.
Little bit mean to Blythe, but what do you know? Ronnie snapped her fingers. So the thing about those fingers, because I too thought that they were crooked and snapped because of something Ronnie did, but I think Zuli, I didn't watch this video, but people are talking about how I think Zuli like showed the fingers, like Ronnie's two fingers in the game, and the theory that Zuli has with that was that they simply were shaped that way, like they looked like that. So their weird shape was not Ronnie snapping them, but how they looked. I'm not sure though. It's hard to see because of how dark it is in there. So that's why someone like Zuli is really helpful. I just haven't seen that video in particular. I haven't made my own conclusion there. Let's talk.
My purpose is nearing its end. I've served Lady Rani for as long as I can remember. It has been a long and wondrous journey. Now Lady Rani is in your hands. I pray that you serve her well, unto the very end.
I feel like it's a little weird that he says, I've served Lady Rani for as long as I can remember, because he was her warden growing up, so he would have been an adult. I don't know. Are you just really are you just old and you're forgetting, or does this have something to do with that stone in your chest? I don't know. She killed Celavis by snapping her fingers? Oh, literally snapped her fingers and killed Celavis. Yeah, probably. How's your run going? It's good. Went to Celavis' dead body, teabagging on it, and said, "Who is provincial now, bitch?" That does sound like something I would do. Now that you mention it. It sounds oddly familiar. I will buy this, the Carian Filigreed Crest. An honor said to have once been awarded to Carian knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. I will say it's a little weird because I feel like that makes sense, but then you learn that Renala started the royal family, so it's like there was only ever one princess, really. Using one of my forbidden runes because I want to boost the local economy before the local economy gets freaking taken out. Spoilers. I'll get a couple of these. Only possible answer is that Rykard and Radon were princesses originally. I like the comedy in that answer. I will say that the other answer is potentially that there were other children that predated them. And it might have something to do with Renala's fixation on rebirth is lost children. But we don't know anything about them or that, so it's just speculation, but you know. Make the wolf mask behind Sylva's tower? An assassin made it to mimic Blythe. I think it really is that simple. Like, someone was like, oh, I know what to do. You know, some harebrained scheme. They probably had the body type of me and then put that helmet on and they're like, I'm totally Blythe now. And then it's like, but you're like freaking 5'7". Blythe is like 10 feet tall. Very long ago that Sellen is Ronnie's sister. Yeah, I did see that Zev posted the video that someone talked about that theory. The main precedent for that, the main reason that they provided was the fact that E.G. refers to Sellen as a Carian weed. Right? So that does suggest that she's related. And then she also says that the stars of the royal family, the fate of the stars is linked to the royal family. And the game does do a really good job of sinking that in, but I don't think it's just the royal family. I think it's more than them. It's just they're the ones that we know about. Because if there's a lot of things that start occurring once you kill Radon in terms of Ronnie's storyline. The Black Knives come after E.G. and Blythe and seem to succeed, partially in assassinating them. Blythe, of course, wins that one. But, you know, there's definitely some stuff that occurs. And I wonder if it's not just the royal family that is affected by the freezing of the stars. I think it might be them, but also others. And Jaren is described as a guest of the Karian royal family. So he's not he's potentially a noble, but he's not a servant of them. He ends up serving them by choice, but he's described as a guest, which suggests to me, normally when royal families host guests, it's for a purpose. So maybe they're doing a service to them. Maybe they're hunting witches for them. In the case of Jaren, because he's a witch hunter. Before he served Radon, he was a witch hunter. And he agreed to do that for them. Also, like, entertainers. So, like, there's stories in royal families. Or for example, in Dark Souls 2, Knight Alon? Is that his name? He's one who starts the Alon Knights. Xenos, thank you for the 21 months. Finally I can get a beer? Yeah, you're all grown up. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna... Yeah, thank you. When I'm on PC, I'm so much more limited. Anyway, Xenos, thank you for 21 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the support. It's pretty sus. Yeah. It's always the first time chatters, I tell you what. Anyway, that really distracted me. No, the car... So it's possible that Sellen is a Karian weed. Also, they could mean... Hang on, where is it? Sellen does kind of look like Renala. They both have dark hair. However, I honestly, like, there is a lot of import with dark hair. Don't get me wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, dark hair is, hair color is really important to lore in this game. But I personally just think that they both sort of descended from similar lines. That's sort of where it comes from. Is that Sellen on the left? Yes. Probably there's no one else who's sort of like more important. She got a stone crown. She got a custom stone crown. All of the other figures depicted have stone crowns or are Renala, who is the head and has her own crown. But the others are all depicted as stone crowns. So the fact that she has a stone crown is gotta be her. Goth Sellen? Are people born with black hair inherently goth? Genuinely believe that Sellen was a nice person till that grim ending. I was too naive. She got you pretty good because she warned you, oh, I'm evil, and evil. And you're like, oh, but you're so nice all the time. She warned you. You know what I mean? I think it's more the eyeshadow. I'm gonna be real with you. I think Renala looks 900% more goth than Sellen does. She does. I don't think she has eyeshadow on. She doesn't look like she's wearing any makeup. It's just she's got her eyes closed. Why her mask is arcane? Arcane equals space magic. Things to do with stars in the primeval current equals space magic, for sure. Why does nobody smile in Elden Ring? Okay, in real talk though, when you're posing for a portrait, you can't smile because you have to smile for like 12 to 16 hours while they're painting the portrait. So if you can smile for 12 to 16 hours, then you're stronger than most. That's why most of the time in like portraits and shit, they have like stern, neutral expressions. Technically, all glintstone is space magic. It's specifically the really, really in-depth study of stars. Primeval stuff, like primeval current stuff, the oracular bubbles, stuff like that is linked to arcane. So it's linked to bleed too, but I wonder if it's linked to bleed because it's the blood star. It's one of those like read between the lines thing, because like Bloodborne Arcane is weird space stuff, and in this game it's just space magic. It's just a little bit more hidden, so it's pretty neat. Celibus could have helped everyone get a smiling portrait. Oh Jesus. All right, gamers, I'll be right back. Just gonna use the restroom, okay? Give me a minute. Hello, I'm back. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I came here just to show off this, but we can actually probably do Sellen's quest while we're here. Oh, wait. I forgot slightly about Jaren, who I think we have to progress as well to get this done. Let's go take a peek over there. I don't think we'll miss the dialogue. There's a chance this is an optional spawn, though, from him. Have I even talked to him in Radahn's castle? man. I guess we're gonna find out. Looks like no. Okay. Oops. Alright, let's see what's up. It's possible he simply moves to where he needs to be. I'm really not sure. I personally feel like doing this type of playthrough for this game is going to be the toughest of all of them because it is so unbelievably non-linear. It's like we become Femme Kratos. I don't want to be Kratos though, like no shade to Kratos. I just don't really like his design. I'm finally picking this up because it's been bothering me after like 100 hours. You Radon out of the picture? Oh yeah, Radon's freaking dunzo. I just need to talk to him. I don't like Kratos, dude. Never played his games except for the one, and it was pretty good, but like... eh. I think I look way cooler than Kratos. Okay, he's probably... I probably missed that dialogue then. That's not great. Oh well. Whoops. There's so much to remember with these quests. The only reason I did that part of Sellen's quest was because I needed to get this part over here, and then I need to talk to Ronnie, and then I talked to Celavis, and then we were talking about something else. It is like, oh my god, this game is overwhelming. We're gonna miss some dialogue. It's a real pity, but we are. Since we've missed that anyway, let's go free Blythe. Swords look a bit like his chain thingies. I know. I just don't really want to be associated with Kratos because I don't really like him. I'm sorry. I know God of War is cool again and whatnot, but I don't want to be Kratos, dude. He's just kind of this angry guy who yells a lot and he's got a beard or whatever. I don't want to be Kratos. Wait, what? Uh-oh. May have messed up more than we thought. It's not much with Jaren from here, but that's why I'm sad I missed it. It's only a handful of dialogue, but it's very important. Hey. Where's the dog?
Well, as war comes...
Where's the dog?
Along the now, I pray that you...
Where's the dog? I thought he should be in there now, unless maybe I have to kill the two fingers? The sign is there? What sign? Didn't you kill the dog? No, that wasn't the dog. That's a different dog. He just looks just like him. So we'll finish our quest. Should be at Rey Lucaria now. I know, but we missed the dialogue. I'm bummed. I'm gonna be bummed. The whole point is to get the dialogue, and it's really annoying to do these quests. Maybe I have to kill the two fingers? You should be able to do this sooner. I think I just didn't. Reset? I mean, I teleported twice. Shouldn't that be enough of a reset? Has to stay after the festival? Yeah, and then when you... during Sellen's quest, when you talk to him after Radon, he basically says, okay, now that that's done, I can fulfill another old purpose of mine because I made a promise. Basically, you know, quickly paraphrasing, I made a promise to Radon, I fulfilled that promise, now I can fulfill my previous promise and something I was meant to do before. And then if you talk to E.G. after doing Jaren's questline, he will say something along the lines of, now Jaren can finally rid us of that Karian weed, and basically informs us that Jaren was a witch hunter, and now that the stars are moving again, the witches can be killed. Yeah, I think I progressed Ronnie's quest too far, which is just yet another really fun... Lives already added the Everjail at this point? Well, then we also missed E.G.'s dialogue. I love Elden Ring, but good god, this is just... I feel like if I wasn't streaming and if I was literally just going point A to B and stuff, it would be a little easier. But you know, it's just, it's tough when when multiple things are going on. You're trying to use all your brain juice. Just checking he's in here, but I don't think he's here until after you say bye to Ronnie. Too much for 100%. To be fair, dialogue doesn't really count toward like ending stuff, but like dialogue is the most important thing to me right now. So, he already freed Blythe? No, he freed himself. I didn't free him. That's the problem. Okay, it's just the wolves. We're good. Okay, well, let's do Sellen and Jaren's questline then. But yeah, when you talk to Sellen, when you go to Sellen's body after you've removed her primal glintstone, Jaren will be there, and then you'll talk to him, and he'll say something along the lines of, "This lady's like real evil, and she seems dead, but I think that she has a way to come back because she normally does. So I'm gonna find her or something."
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out.
With respect,
from
why are
whence
you
ye
here right now?
hide. There are books and light.
Okay, let me grab this first then.
Dither not. Come out, say I. Or will ye be gravestones? To be better
Everyone's
born
goofed up,
anew.
I tell you what. Where's my ring? Oh my god, we should probably give this to the other dog. Where is ring? Ah, it's right here. Ring depicting a leaden full moon, symbolic of a cold oath. The ring is supposed to be given by Lunar Princess Rani to her consort. Rani is an Empyrean, meaning her consort would by rights earn the title of Lord. A warning is engraved within. Whoever thou mayest be, take not the ring from this place. The solitude beyond the night is better mine alone. The ultimate tsundere proposal.
Where did he flee, my sweetings?
On this part of Blythe, I checked the
Out
videos.
From whence ye hide.
No. Not here. Leaves the building, looks towards something in the sky. I've never been able to trigger that interaction of Goronk. I've heard about it, but I've never been able to trigger it. Apparently it's pretty rare. Okay, it's potential that Sellen should be here. Let's try something else. Like, I'd love to show Goronk's interaction, but when it's stuff like that that needs to be triggered, only happens in the night, it's pretty rare either way. Nighttime, raining, which it rains pretty frequently, but I've never been able to trigger it myself. Might not be night. I know rain, though. You have to wait like 20 minutes? It's possible, but it could also be like... You know how the doll in Bloodborne has some rare interactions? They occur at random times, it's just rare, that's it. Man, I feel like I've broken every questline. Rest multiple times and was able to trigger it? Well, I'll try. Oh, it's after you side with Sellen, I understand. That's why I'm getting confused. Now I remember why Chow was so pissed at me. They're like, you missed a sign. It was right next to Jaren's sign.
Jaren, bringer of my death.
In my first
You
playthrough?
have my gratitude for freeing me from my shackles. But I am afraid your work is done. Join the team to reflect on your mistake.
Join the school? You're gonna turn him into a Graven school, Sellen? I thought you were just gonna do that for me. I thought I was special. Are you telling me you've turned other boys and girls into your Graven schools before? But you said you only did that for me. How could this be? Ow. I want Sellen to take him out. Do it, Sellen. Sellen's being a real host right now. Bloody finger vanquished. I don't think Jaren's a bloody finger. I think they just reuse the text because it's like... I mean, it's possible. To invade, you need to use a bloody finger. But I don't think he is a bloody finger. Do you know what I mean? I think he was just using it coincidentally. Sick, I get his full drip. Hello. One moment, please. Where is she? I remember she's here somewhere. I remember I found her and I was like, what the heck? Maybe I have to rest? Let's see.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Ah, is it thy to become? Be not, I would
She's still here. This is the thing that a lot of people don't seem to know. Is that she's still here. So people think that Sellen, like, kicked her out and forced her away. Girl, she got her egg. She chilling. She's in her lane, moisturized, you know, like, thriving. She could not give less of a fuck about this weird girl in the stone crown over here. I'm pretty sure Sellen just pretty much walked in and went, shoo. And Renala went, hee 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 hee, and floated away. Like, in all seriousness, she does not care what's going on. So... she isn't forced out. Like, she's pushed away for sure. But she's not gone. So people think that Renala turned her into a Graven school, and that's what happens to Sellen. Nah, dude. Renala does not care.
Ah, my apprentice. You've saved my skin once again. Do you see this? The Queen of Caria is no more. With the bodies of Masters Azure and Lusat returned, the Academy can hone the primeval current.
Like, she hid behind the bookcase? No more?
Children of the stars shall beam with brilliance once again.
Fallen children of the stars.
Will you stay with us here at the Academy? Oh, I know it's not possible. You have your own calling. To be the next Elden Lord. But do think of me, of your teacher. On the eve of your crowning, you will always be my darling pupil. Rest assured that no, the entire Academy will swear allegiance to the new monarch, my apprentice. Become Elden Lord. Perhaps I'm jumping ahead, but here is a symbol of my allegiance and the Academy's.
Glintstone, Chris.
Do you recall what once I told you? That glintstone is the amber of the cosmos, and sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein. When you become Elden Lord, please illuminate me. Lay bare the secrets of life which cause the Elden Ring. Next time, I will be your student. Oh, one last thing. If you fail to claim your throne, you can always pay me a visit. Oh, don't fret. Even my dullest pupils will always have a place here.
Shard Spiral, one of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, fires twin projectiles that form a spiral as they travel. A sorcery of the Carollos Conspectus, the most venerable of the Academy, this was the product of a failed attempt to create a new comet.
What is it, my apprentice?
I want to give her a scroll
What is it,
here.
my apprentice? Is that a scroll? Takes me back to my academy days. Very well. This is sorcery with which I'm not entirely unfamiliar. I'll be sure to incorporate it into one of your lessons. Never lose that inquisitive spirit, my apprentice.
Glintstone Comet Shard, a sorcery of the Carollos Conspectus, most venerable of the Academy. Fires a magical comet with a trailing tail. Star Shower, the most difficult to master of the Olivinus Conspectus sorcerers. We're gonna buy it real quick because she's about to be, donezo.
What is it, my...
Okay, so one more thing, just again. Renala is right here. The whole, the Queen of Caria is no more? What's that, like, the tales of my death were exaggerated or whatever? Like, She's hiding behind the bookcase. Sellen has the object permanence of a toddler, apparently. Like, come on, man. Everything here is pretty much... She's not quite being very honest with you. Also, the whole thing, there's a lot of subtext here. She tells Jaren to join the school. And I feel like people might think, oh, he can join the academy? Nah, she's gonna put him into her Graven school. Which is what it's called, which is the thing that she eventually turns herself into. She thinks she is better than she is, and she thinks she is special, but she's gonna have the exact same fate as all of her students. She's not special. She does not become like Azur and Lusat, and even then, if they're special, I don't think I want to be special. They turned into freaking stone people like complete dinguses. Also, the Glintstone Chris. It's been a long time since I've gotten this one. I think it's a dagger. There it is. Ritual blade once presented to Leyndell by the Academy of Rhea Lucaria to celebrate their profound peace. Though the weapon is embedded with precious glintstones and features Erdtree ornamentation, the undulating blade is symbolic of an ancient ritual. Undulating blade, interesting. Is it this hand? Yes. It's very beautiful. It's also got Radigan's rune on it, the Elden rune. Although, is that... I can't hang on one sec. Type willing to turn herself into a ball to learn more? I really don't think she intended what happened to her personally. It's a lot like Fosefka. It looks like the Elden Rune, but not quite on the actual blade. No, it's not. I thought it was the Elden Rune, but it's too curved. It's actually very pretty. I haven't taken a good look at it like this in a while. Talk to you and recognize you after she balls? Yeah, but she has that sort of, oh, my apprentice. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she meant that. Alright. Also, if she says that you, by the way, when she says if you fail, come back to me, that isn't quite a nice thing. I think she's just trying to get more fuel for her star seeds. But yeah. They switch places. I think there was an incident. Oops. One of the Glintstone crowns bestowed upon Rhea Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Increases intelligence and arcane to the detriment of stamina. Another reason arcane equals space magic. This gentle-looking crown was granted to a scholar who excelled in her studies, which also merited the title of witch. I did forget to read Jaren's as well. There was a lot going on with Sellen here. A pointy, ragged hood worn by the knight Jaren. The hood hides an aged, bearded mask. Jaren served General Radahn as a guest commander, and they are said to have sworn an oath of honorable death to one another. That's bromantic. Unusually colorful armor worn by the knight Jaren. Jaren preferred a nomadic existence, but after spending time as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. And for the first time, the restless tumbleweed would be bound by honorable oath. Same lore. Oh, there they are. And same lore. Where is Sellen?
My friend,
Yeah, if you think she did this to herself on purpose, I have to question you. Because yes, she recognizes you, but she's doing the typical horror movie, like, Brother Edward. She's pulling a full-on Nina right now. You telling me she wanted this? Edward. She's even got a low voice. It's hard to see, but her head's in there. Right there, actually. Right there. Right at the top. Sounds like she's in unbearable pain. I'm not joking. It's one-to-one like how Nina talks. Also, the thing is, it's possible that this was Lusat and Azur's form before they eventually became the form we see them in. Right? But the thing is that Lusat and Azur were clearly on another level from her, because if she was more like them, she would probably look like them. The same body, only one head, but full of glintstone, a giant glintstone. She is not the same as them, or she would be like them. If they wanted to be like, hey, she achieved the same goal as Lusat and Azur, then she would probably look like them. But she doesn't. She looks the same as all the baby balls that she made herself. She failed. After everything she wanted and everything she sought, after all her talking about her cockiness, the Queen of Kari is no more, 5 seconds later. She failed. Definitely. Without a doubt. Yeah, I do have the Graven School Talisman. Which is found in a secret compartment. Primeval Current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. There's a reason that Lusat and Azur don't look like this. Because it's one path. And that's what happened to her, right? Like, Lusat and Azur started it. They probably created some of the older Graven schools. I don't think she invented the idea. I think that she was kicked out of the academy for it because she started studying things that had already been done by Lusat and Azur, but then became banned. The reason it was banned was because Graven scholars would turn their students into these fucking things. And Renala was like, nah. And she, well, okay, to be fair, it might have been before Renala it was banned, but Renala and the Rukarian royals seemed to have a vested interest in eliminating these primeval sorcerers. So I really feel like this is a link to like a Renala thing, or at least it was definitely a Ray Lucarian thing. They did not like these people. Also, based on the talisman, once again, the Primeval Current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars, is but another path of scientific inquiry. It doesn't suggest to me necessarily that Sellen started it. Sellen openly talks about the fact that other people taught her. She was a teacher of Lusat and Azur. Or sorry, a student of them. They were her teachers. So she's a lot like other characters in that they are following in others' footsteps. And she's the only one left, as far as we know. She's a primeval sorcerer. She's the only one who's studying it. But she is a student. They were the OGs. And she was very genius. She was super intelligent. She was good enough to gain a crown. But in the end, she was just like her students. Now, once you realize she created this, she turned her students into this, and she became one herself, you can read back into her dialogue and realize she was basically hinting at this all along. I like to believe Renala had a slight hand in her demise. I would love to believe it. I personally don't. Because Renala is utterly and completely placid and does not attack you. In fact, when Sellen is here, Renala is just over there. Is it possible that when you rest, like, it happens pretty quickly, right? So it's possible, but it's just, I genuinely don't think she cares. As long as she's got this egg. She's totally fine. Every time you come in here, she says, "Sweetings, where are you? Come out." They never come out because they're dead. as part of her phase 1 questline, and she doesn't seem to care. So seriously, I actually don't think she had anything to do with it. I would love to think she did. I don't think so. Unless there's anything left of Ronnie's magic here, the automated Ronnie magic, I don't think so. And if that was the case, Sellen probably would have gotten hit by it pretty quickly. I don't know. Like, before she even came here. So, yeah, you can read Sellen however you want. I personally read her as someone who thought they were better than they were. And also, this is sort of karmic punishment because she was experimenting on others by turning them into one of these, and then she became one herself. And the thing is, all she says is, I'm blank. She can't tell you. She's definitely seeing some things, and she is able to at least communicate. So you could say she's a little better than them, but it's about the level of Falsefka from Bloodborne, where she's like, I can feel it, I'm different than the others, and she never changes, and all you get from her is an item you need to complete the game, but it's really just, you gotta kill her for it, you know? Telling Sellen where they were? Yeah, so she says that she brings Lusat and Azur to the academy. That is actually one notable thing. So let's, one sec, where are they? I gotta tell you, the moment we get up here on the map, I get so freaking confused. Yo, Zoller, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome back. Thank you for 6 months. Enjoy your new butterfly. Enjoy your new emotes. Primeval sorcerers would have found more success if they set up their own academy elsewhere. There's some evidence that they did. That, like, they might have been the ones who founded the school, but eventually it was forbidden. We'll read them both. I just want to get both. Give me 1 sec. Also, they got a little broken by what they saw. Also, Sellen doesn't give you anything. She doesn't have any grand revelation. She doesn't give you any drops. She gives you her hat, right? But the general implication of her just existing in this form eternally is not exactly good, I would say. Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, I guess you do have to fall down. Bye. Oh, fuck it. Do teach local demi-humans? Yeah, what about that? Certain sorcerers, certain academy sorcerers seem to have actually been pretty chill. I think it went the wrong way. Goodness, I love getting stun locked. Holy shit. Not like she has unique gear besides her hat and dagger. That's what I mean. Okay. If they wanted to be like, congratulations, Sellen has ascended to another level, wouldn't they give her a spell that she gives you? Right? But she doesn't. She never comes up with anything. She's a genius. But she's like the gifted kids at school. You know? Where did that lead her? Into the fucking rock. Oh man, I guess I've turned around in this place. I think this is just to the boss room though. No, this is it, this is it. And as we get closer, I didn't notice these are actually way more purple than the others. It does make you wonder why Lusat was locked up but Azur was not. Azur is definitely isolated in that demi-human village, though. But it didn't look like he was as much of a risk. It's interesting. I think I went the wrong way. Spiral Shard is pretty pog. Not in her final form. You get that before. And that's not her sorcery. Alright, if we turned her into a Graven School... There's a hidden wall in here that I think I forgot to get. I forgot about it. I remember it, though. Here? Somewhere? No. Maybe... I remember there's a hidden wall, I think. Oh, man. This game's so freaking big. Triple crystal. Here it is. I think I got a crystalline weapon in here. Yeah, the crystal spear. You know, if they wanted to be like, hey, Sellen succeeded, congratulations, then they probably would have had her in her final form say, my apprentice. And then suddenly you get Sellen Starfall. And it's like, oh, dang. She freaking did it. Spear fashioned from pure crystal, a deed impossible for a human. Enwreathed with powerful magic, its attacks scale with intelligence. The inscrutable crystallians have but one clear purpose, to safeguard their crystals unto the end. One theory posits that they yearn for the return of their creator, who will carve for them new brethren. Space Daddy, make me new children. Or brothers, whatever. I'm glad we found that. I just wish I knew where the heck I was going, because I literally found Lusat and now I am confusion. It's okay. We'll just teleport out and start again if needed. Give her a couple decades in this form, maybe she will come up with her new spell. It's true! It's true. You know, like, maybe I'm just being too harsh, but it's just... I know some people are like, she did it! That was her goal! I'm gonna be real, I think y'all are on the copium because you love Sellen and you don't want her to have an unhappy ending. I'm sorry. I think she has one of the worst endings. So they can't reproduce and we just kill them just because, all the way to extinction? No, I wouldn't. My god, I forgot how beautiful Caelid is. Every time I see it, I'm like, wow. Oh my god, one of the most prettiest zones in the entire... It's literally the best zone in the entire game. Full stop. Thanks for listening. Anyway, no, I would totally leave Crystallians alone, but they fucking started it, and now we're gonna kill them all. Thanks for asking. I feel like it's over on the left somewhere. It's where the Royal Revenant is, but then you gotta, like, descend. Need that spear? Never knew it existed? It's a pretty obscure hidden wall, for sure. I don't know if it's any good, realistically, but hey. I think it's a magical, like a pure magic weapon, which is part of its weakness. Because so much resists it? I don't remember. No, physical and magic, physical and magic. Yeah, pretty standard dex int. Turn you into a slug, you're kind of like, yay. The thing is, once again, I don't think Sellen is like the main character in Bloodborne. I think she's like Fosefka, the fake Yosefka who pretends to be Yosefka, experiments on other people, and then claims that she is different than the others. She isn't. I can feel it. I'm changing, or something like that. Oh, can you feel this? It's awful. But I knew it. I'm different. And she's not. She at least doesn't get pregnant. I mean, that's true. What's worse, turn into giant ball or pregnant? It was necessary for turning into a god? No, I don't think she produces it. I think she consumed it. And that's why she's like temporarily different. Also, it's once again one of those things. If you think hunched over in the birthing pose for all of eternity with a fucking umbilical cord that you ate in you is winning, you can win all fucking day. I won't take that from you, but I personally don't feel that. Hey, I found it! For the people who don't know Bloodborne, you're probably like, what the fuck are you talking about? You'll see. You'll see. Then how do we have it? Because we took it from her. Like, I don't know what's so confusing. Ariana creates one. Ariana genuinely does. Ariana is special. At what cost? She also ends up pregnant, but she gives birth. Yay! Oh no, but it's a tentacle baby. And killing it involves her death as well, because they're linked for some reason. Probably plot. Aw, dang. Bloodborne, baby. I love it. Alrighty. We're done here. Let's go somewhere with nice mood lighting and read the description.
Simply put, I'm just built different. Person who was not, in fact, built different.
I feel like you can narrow down so many quest lines with that. Yeah, no, I'm built different. They were not, in fact, built different. Y'all were saying Sellen was pregnant? No, Sellen's not pregnant. Sorry. just Bloodborne things. The whole game can effectively be reduced to, and then they got pregnant. And pretty much everybody ends up freaking pregnant at this point. The Return to Yarnum community event started today. Yeah, I think it's actually Bloodborne's anniversary today. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited. I'm really excited to get to it. Bloodborne's only Souls game I have yet to play because I don't have a PS4 is a great shame. I understand. It's tough to justify getting a system for a single game. I feel it. I always get a console. This is my first time having a PC, and it's for stream. Like, I've literally never had one. I've always been a console gamer because it was the cheapest and easiest thing. They're not cheap, but if you get like one gaming console per gen and you wait a little bit, you know, which is normally what I would do, and you save up and then you just get a handful of games that you like, that's always what I used to do, you know? Yeah, Bloodborne's 9 years old. Wow. So I understand not wanting, if you have like a PC or whatever, but man, I gotta say the PS4 was a good dang console. No regrets getting that thing. Okay, so Azur's Glintstone Crown. Let's dress as them in their entirety. Oh, I guess this is them. Ragged waistcloth that extends to the thighs, common amongst old-fashioned sorcerers? I think that must be it, huh? Because they don't have specific pants. I should have paid more attention to their pants, but whatever. Dang, we cute. Oops. Crown of Azur, primeval current sorcerer set with a prominent blue-green glintstone. This crown replaced Azur's brain and skull altogether, and now removed from his body, it is all but dead. What power remains within raises the potency of Azur's primeval current sorceries at the cost of additional FP consumption. Yo, Terry Tabor! Oh, it's Rob with a gifted sub. Welcome in. Rob, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you so much. Sorry, I think I have literally completely forgotten about YouTube chat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh no. Twitch is moving a lot. There was a lot going on the screen. I think, oh man, YouTube, I've neglected you today. I apologize. I freaking forgot. PS4 is a great console to get into gaming. So many games are cheap now. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, sorry, YouTube chat. Tried getting Founding Ring of Stars and showing it to Sellen. Does anything special happen? It's a good question. For us, it's too late. Whoops. Sorry if that was really loud. YouTube so easily forgotten. It's hard to keep track of everything. Let's see. I really should try to move you guys like a little bit more over, maybe. I don't know where to put you. Okay, we'll try that. Okay. What was, yeah, I figured probably not, though, for one reason alone. Elden Ring doesn't have that many cool interactions like that. Like, it has some, but it doesn't really have cool interactions like that. Okay, and then we got this. This crown replaced Lusat's brain and skull altogether, and now removed from his body, it is all but dead. The power remains within, raises the potency of Lusat's primeval current sorceries at the cost of additional FP consumption. A robe reserved for Grandmasters at the Academy of Rea Lucaria, corroded by blue-green glintstones. Since the Grandmasters Azur and Lusat were driven from the Academy, no one has achieved their formerly held rank. Oh, I forgot about that. Manchettes corroded by blue-green glintstones, worn by Azur, primeval current sorcerer. Azur had reached a near inorganic state. So they kind of became like Crystallians, eh? Look at the iconography on the piece, on the body piece. This is their actual clothes. So are they now? They were taken to the academy probably to become part of Renala's Graven School? Not Renala's. Sellen's Graven School. Okay, listen. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. If you got banned in a chat for doing something, maybe you should look in the mirror and not talk about that you got banned from a chat for doing it. Maybe a lot of people don't like that type of compliment, and it's considered rude behavior, and consider that you came here and the first thing you did is complain about something that happened in another chat. I'm gonna be a little monka-s with you as well. It's a weird thing to do. Hey, I went to a chat and I said someone's a dingus, and then I got banned, and then, you know what I mean? Like, what you doing? YouTube chat being YouTube chat? No, that's Twitch chat. It's literally right above you. Oh no, it's our chat. Little Monka S. You have to speak Twitch to be able to communicate with me. Okay, anyway, I wanted to show how this is the same iconography there. I always find it a little weird when people come in, they're like, hey, I got banned for doing this. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, and then this same thing, let's go to Renala's. Calling someone you don't know personally hot is not a normal compliment. Yeah, it's kind of weird, I will admit. If a stranger walked up to me, you know the compliments I remember? I remember the one time a girl said my eyebrows look great, and I was like, wow, thanks. You know what I don't remember? Some stranger being like, you're hot. Although, to be fair, I've gone weirder. Way weirder. This one is what I was thinking of, too. So these statues are all over not Rea Lucaria, the Carian Manor. Wow, you have really nice elbows? Thanks. That drip from the back reminds me of a feather duster. You take that back. You put some respect on Azur's glintstone robe. It really does look like a feather duster. You know what? I will say that the feathers on it are pretty interesting. Oh my god. Do you think it's possible they sent the band of the Fallen Hawk? Rea Lucaria? They do have birds everywhere, and these are black feathers. No, I'm not certain. It's just, it's another potential one. See, what did I say? Every time someone comes in a chat and says something, I was banned in another stream for doing this. You want to know what they're fishing for? They're fishing to see if they can get away with weird behavior. Because every time I'm like, that's a little weird. Maybe you shouldn't be weird. Then they always say something like, this is a dork-ass community, weird-ass kids. And then they get banned. It's so easy to bait them because I know what they're doing. They think they're so clever. They're trying to find a place where they'll walk in and they can be fucking weird. And everyone be like, oh, it's okay. Oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. And we'll pat them on their little head and then they can continue to be weird. Goodness me. Predictable. Every time. Look at how the streamer's dressed. Use your noggin. That's actually really good advice in general. Was he trying to get banned? In all seriousness, though, then they're not trying to get banned. They're trying to find a place where their weird behavior will be accepted. Genuinely. It's pretty easy. Never been banned. I was once timed out for saying I like hidden body. At the wrong moment, though. Like the spell. It's a little funny. One time I got auto-modded because I said that I was visiting Niagara Falls and it auto-modded me. And I might be like, oh, because I can see the spelling. Someone typoed in the chat. They said it, they typoed it wrong. They wrote Niagara Falls incorrectly and they weren't auto-modded. I was so pissed. I was like, so if I made a typo, I would not get auto-modded? I was not pleased. It was only the one time though, really. It's honestly, it's not that hard to not get banned from a stream. It's really not. Like most streams are pretty chill, I feel. I acknowledge the fact that I was once a dingus. Sometimes we're dinguses. Sometimes automods are weirdly aggressive. Oh yeah, I've definitely seen some things that got caught that shouldn't have. Anyway, I've gone off topic because I'm talking about meta lore about Twitch. Just don't chat, you won't be banned. In all seriousness, that works too. I'm a prodigious lurker myself. I just enjoy lurking. But it's just generally when I see someone say something weird in chat, they're always doing the same thing. It's always like, oh, I got banned for doing this. And what they want us to say is, oh, that sucks. You won't get banned here. And then they'll be progressively weirder. And then we're like, oh, that's not gonna ban. You know, it's never just like, I didn't even do anything wrong. Nothing. I didn't even do anything. I got banned for no reason. Oh, that's why they got banned. You know what I mean? Also, some people are just like trying to collect places they're banned from. I don't know. I'm not gonna kink shame.
Thou
Hi, did you turn Sellen into a ball?
Want to be born anew.
Hey, maybe she birthed her anew, dog. Maybe that's what happened.
I would birth.
Maybe she birthed her as a ball. I don't know. Imagine having a passport of places you're banned from. 100% banned speedrun. Yeah, it's not hard. All you gotta do is post some, like, what do you call that when you... ASCII or whatever? Just do that. Post one of those weird pictures of, like a sussy baka from... oh my god, what was that game called? The one that everyone was, like, sussy? Among Us? Just post an Among Us or something, and then you'll get banned, and it's really easy. It's not hard. Like, getting banned is actually so easy. I don't understand how people collect it. It's like beating a video game made for a 5-year-old and being, like, proud of it. I guess. I was like, I've talked about it before. I don't really have, like, big, like, sensitivities or anything. Like, I'm not really, like, bothered by most things. Because, like, right? But the thing is, I know that sometimes people in chat are, you know? So if someone says something weird and horny in chat, I'll really find it funny. Like, I will just laugh because it's really funny to me that people are so fucking weird. Like, it doesn't make me uncomfortable. I just go, you know, like, I genuinely think it's funny. But, like, some people might find that really uncomfortable, or there's just kind of like, ugh, and it kind of ruins the vibes. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not... That's really all it is. Like, you're not making me uncomfortable. You're not, like, hurting my feelings. You're not gonna make me cry. You're just being a little weird, and then you're forgotten, you know? It's like shoplifting, then telling the clerk he shoplifted and would like to get in trouble. Ooh woo. A little, isn't it? What are you gonna do? Call the police? No, you could just go, I guess. It's very proud of beating Barbie's Horse Adventures. No, you take that back. That is not a game for a 5-year-old. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Barbie's Horse Adventure is a respectable challenge for an enterprising gamer. Okay? No. How dare you? Okay, I'm actually kind of doing a bit because I haven't played Barbie Horse Adventure. I've talked about it a lot. I've talked about how my childhood dream was to play Barbie Horse Adventure. But I didn't have a computer that I could play. Like I wasn't able to play Barbie Horse Adventure. And I looked at it in the store because, you know, I was like, oh my God, that looks so good. I would really like to play Barbie Horse Adventure. I have this like distinct memory, but I was like, but I can't play it. Oh man. So I put it back and then I was kind of sad. And I still think about Barbie Horse Adventure. That's a real game. Not only is it a real game, but there are several. Eat this fiery meat, brother. Goodbye, old knight Isvan. Requiescat in pace. First assassination completed. Barbie Horse Adventure cannot possibly live up to that hype now. It's a little devastating to think about that, yeah. Community feels pretty chill. I like it here. I'm so glad. Welcome. Not like welcome as if it's your first time, but I'm just glad that you're enjoying yourself in the community. No! Okay, so apparently horny is a naughty word. So Joanna won't say it. Joanna's a little bit puritanical. All right, I'll say it. All right, I'll say something horny. Omen. Stupid. Thanks for that invisible fight. Listen, it was a bit, literally a bit. Joanna wouldn't say it. Anyway, I would like to play Barbie Horse Adventure on stream, and I'm not joking. One of these days I will. One of these days you're gonna open stream. You're gonna get a ping. You're gonna be like, oh goodness, Raph is live. I better watch her stream because she's my favorite streamer. That's what you're gonna be thinking. And then what's gonna happen is you're gonna see Barbie Horse Adventure. First playthrough, no spoiling, no backseaters. It's gonna happen. Prepare yourselves for it. Is it even listed on Twitch? It's an excellent question, actually.
I'm Joanna and I'm horny.
Rob, the fact that you know how to get around the censor is very troubling mod behavior, but I love it. Truly the most chaotic of mods. I'm gonna play Barbie now just so I can backseat you? Oh, well, which one? Because there's several Barbie Horse Adventures. Am I really about to search this Barbie game on Steam? Yeah, you are, and you're about to change your life. Like, I'm not joking. People are fucking resident sleeping on Barbie Horse Adventure. I'm telling you, it's a game from my childhood. I didn't play that one, but I played some of those Barbie games. Freaking bangers non-stop. There was one where you're like a mermaid Barbie and there's dolphins and shit. Fucking poggers. Like, honestly, move over Elden Ring. Some of the greatest games of our entire existence and generation. Anyway, I've kind of gone off the rails this evening. I would like to return back to the lore proper. We'll get back in the right frame of mind. I don't know if anything Raph just said. Yeah, recess is over. We're done having fun. It's time for lore. About Barbie Horse Adventure? What was it? Oh yeah, Rob was talking to me. Sorry. Yeah. This isn't your usual content. We find a balance. We find a balance between a little bit of memery and a little bit of lore. The real thing is when you come into the stream, you never know. It's like flipping a coin. Are you gonna get tons of discussion about butts, or are you gonna get intense philosophical lore? And that's not philosophical. Why are my lights not working? No green. When's the Barbie horse adventure LOREATHON? I have to emotionally prepare for such difficult content, personally. Okay, I said we were going to do the basement. We've done quite a bit of the basement. We're just doing some things to supplement the underground area at this time. Vare... Do I have the pure metal thingy, whatever the heck is called? Did I finish that? I don't remember. Where is the pure blood metal thing? It should be here. It should be... There it is. Oh, we did do that. Okay. Vare's done. Jaren's Dunzo. EG and Blythe, I think I have to... I don't think they die until we say bye to Ronnie for the playthrough. Yep. So we can go to Manus Celis and handle that now that we've gotten the items. Millicent is now ahead over here in the mountaintops, or she will be once we open the way. What else is left to do underneath? We haven't done the Ancestral Woods. We can definitely do the Ancestral Woods. Get the Regal Ancestor Spirit done, and then progress toward the Twin Gargoyles. EG and Blythe don't die unless you kill Blythe. Yeah, you know what I mean, though. Like, we're not done until... Alexandrar! Yes, Alexandrar is covered. Right? I did talk to him, right? Oh, man. No, wait, maybe not? Oh, I don't think I did. Hang on. Oh, I know something we can do. I know something we can do. I'm gonna be very honest with you. Part of my difficulty remembering what I've been doing is because I'm also editing the first playthrough. I know I've talked about it before, but it's starting to get really difficult to remember what I did on stream and what I did in editing. It's actually absolutely mind-flooding me. Okay, we're gonna get kidnapped to Volcano Manor. EG stays alive. You did not mention Blythe after he's trapped in the jail. Yeah, but unfortunately killing them is like quest progression, so... Whoa! What? What the? I don't know, it doesn't...
Is Barbie. He's Margit Robbie.
Margit Robbie? I gotta tell you, Joanna does not know how to say Margit. Volbine, thanks for the 100 bits as well. Do the jars put alive people in them, or are the people already dead? So, it seems dead people from Alexander, but he is looking for warriors to strengthen themselves, and presumably, one thing he does is kill them so that they can be put into the pot. I don't think they're put into the pot alive. Alright, wow. I literally didn't even move. Excellent hitbox. We're a little tanky for this one, so it might take some time. Seem to just be killing people? Yeah, I feel like though, if the people who they put into their sack, into their jar, tend to be dead though. Right? Like Alexander does. Oh, what the fuck? Really? No, 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 you can't! You're gonna kill me. Like, you're supposed to kill me by eating, Come. Oh, shit. Do you know how hard it is to die correctly? Unless that works. No, I think we have to get eaten. Okay. She literally missed her grab hitbox. Do you know how hard it is to miss a grab hitbox in a FromSoft game? Godwin knows. When the burn is good and also lore accurate. Does being eaten confer special status? No, let me talk about something with this, because I'm doing this assuming that people know, but I shouldn't. Okay. Patches, as part of his questline, when he appears on the Scenic Isle, we did this, but it was a while ago, will tell you that there is a special Iron Virgin in the basement of Rea Lucaria that will teleport you to the Volcano Manor. And he is 100% correct about that one. if this one eats you and you die to being eaten, which is pretty easy to do if you're around the Liurnia level, but I'm quite over leveled for that right now, so it's not as easy. I think we're gonna... I don't know the best way to do this. A lot of info from my brain. No, absolutely. You're right. I should be talking about this because, like, this is fairly common knowledge now, but a lot of people also don't know. Okay, now be good. Wait. We're gonna dodge that one because the next one will get me. Probably. Oh, cholera jasna. No teraz tak robisz? Oh, now she wants to freaking charge. Uh-huh. Okay. There we go. So, you need to die by getting eaten. This one, as you can tell, has a pretty high grab rate for a reason. This is the only way to access this, by the way, as far as I know. I don't think there's another way to access this. You're in the Volcano Manor, but it's not the full Volcano Manor, and this particular segment, maybe there's some secret platforming you can do, maybe there's an alternate path, but as far as I know, this is the only way to get here. This is a little mini dungeon. Now, what's fun about this is that this counts as you going to Altus/Volcano Manor, so if you, like me, are on your first playthrough, congratulations, you just triggered Radon, and Ranni will be missing from your game. Unless you found her already, I guess. So basically, Patches is very helpful. But he'll also throw some things into disarray with you. Right before the Monk, before Noble Arena, you can drop to this area. Ah, I see. Okay, we'll take a look for that. So there is another way to get here, but this is sort of the intended way. You're gonna lore out when you play Final Fantasy VII, seeing as you never played OG. Oh, is there neat lore? Got caught by this guy and sent to the Volcano Manor? Really? Triggering Radon before meeting Ranni removes her quest from the game. No, it temporarily removes her from the game. If you want to see what I'm talking about, watch my first playthrough. But Raph, you're at 90 episodes and you just hit Moog. That's so much to watch. Do it. I'm kidding, but if I do say so myself, it's a pretty freaking good playthrough. It's been really, really fun to edit. I love watching playthroughs. That's why I'm working so hard on editing it, though. Like, I genuinely just love, like, background. Like, I'm always watching a playthrough while I'm, like, gaming or whatever. Good pitch. Thank you. No, but seriously, I had, like, the weirdest Ranni quest route ever. So it was pretty funny. Oh, Jesus. You guys play Animal Crossing? You know how, like, in Animal Crossing, people... It's a very cute game with animals and stuff. It's really great. But what people will do sometimes is that they will design, like, creepy towns. I've seen, like, haunted Animal Crossing where they use all the creepy furniture in the game and they put, like, blood everywhere and stuff. And for some reason, the over-the-top edginess of Volcano Manor reminds me of someone's Animal Crossing house. Ah, it's beautiful. We already kind of been here, right? So, like, you know, not too much to discuss, but it's, like, not much new. It's stunning, though. It's beautiful. God, I love Volcano Manor. Didn't know there were animals in Animal Crossing? Well, to be fair, they're crossing, right? Doesn't mean they're in it, right? What if they're just, like, crossing the street, you know? Rykard is definitely the most emo out of all of Vernala's children. I think he might be more punk than emo. Because I feel like punk is more... Oh my god! Countercultural. Do you know what I mean? Emo is pretty countercultural too. Volcano Manor Island and New Horizons out there somewhere? Probably. There's probably like an Elden Ring themed island. Ronnie is the most emo? Real talk, I think Ronnie is the most emo. What do you do? Okay, Rykard? Rykard is the horny one. Of the 3 siblings, Rykard is the horny one. He, definitely kind of sounds like he was a bit, you know, flirty. And he traveled around, you know, it was like, ooh, Tanith, yo, what's up, you know? And then he's like, yo, actually, I'm going to become a blasphemer. So he kind of, like, really took it to an extreme degree. Ronnie, though, what does she talk about? I must tread the dark path of the Empyrean. Only the moon understands me. It is better that I am alone. Come on, dude. Just because she wears white and blue doesn't mean she's not emo. She's the most emo lady I've ever met in my life. Oh, no! No! Don't eat me! Triple snakes, by the way. Triple-headed snakes. I think that might be... Alright, I want to look at Rykard. We're not going to get to Rykard today, probably, because we got to do the whole quest line. I want to do all the assassinations. But, Rykard's the weird little hands coming off of his sword, I looked at them while I was editing, and I thought that they might be... Okay, can you stop now? I thought that they might actually be, forked tongues, like snake tongues, but I looked and they are 3. There are... oh my god. Almost took me right the heck out. There's 3 of them. So they don't quite look like fingers, but they don't quite look like tongues. And I wonder if the sort of triple... Oh, the Inquisitor's Garandol. I forgot about the Inquisitor's Garandol, considering it's like a triple pattern as well as like a trident. I think it's a spear, right? Yeah, it's a spear. But, oops. Yeah, it's triple. Interesting. Morgott wants some. He's frustrating, wants his head rubbed. Mean he slithered around? Real. Radon listened to Creed, Country, and Pearl Jam. I don't know enough about those artists to know if that's true, but I feel like yes, because he loves horses, so he probably did indeed listen to Country. Okay. Oops. Okay. I'll be right back. Gonna use a restroom. And then we shall read the lore, because I moved my cursor and it broke the lore. Okay, give me 1 minute, okay? First thing I see is Radon listened to Smash Mouth. Okay. I took a cute photo of my cat. I'm gonna post it on the pets channel of the Discord if you would like to see. Because, oh my god, he's so cute. So, I went to take this picture because he's sleeping in like a cute ball. Like a really cute ball. And I came close to him, so he kind of like lifted his head. He's like, huh? And then he saw I was just like pointing at him with the camera, and he just went and then he emerged back into his ball. Hey, look at how cute he is. Yo, Rob, thanks for the $2 Renos. I appreciate that. It's the Elden Ring. He has truly become the Elden Ring. Okay. Anyway, we're reading the Garandol right here. Instrument of torture used on nobles behind the curtain at the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Its numerous spikes pierce the flesh, then singe the wounds with flame. The smell of burnt blood induces despair in the victim, a candlestick conceived by a thorough mind. So, it's the Inquisitor's Garandol. I think this might have been created by Inquisitor Giza. Because Giza also has the torturing tool, the Giza's wheel. It's possible there's other Inquisitors, but it's notable that the design of Giza's signature weapon became the Iron Virgin's, which means he would have came like way first, right? Yeah, the blood, the pizza cutter, the retro pizza cutter. So it's pretty neat. Oh, didn't I get the did I get a talisman? I feel like I got a talisman from this. Unless it's just that. I might be forgetting here. Oh well. My cat only speaks in burrs. I love the little kitty cat noises they make. He's so cute. Alright, now we're in Gelmir. So you might recognize this spot. It exits out to yet another bonfire right down here. At the, what's it called? You know what? I just realized a problem. With this, oh, that's what it is. Rob, thanks for the super chat. Sorry, that was really delayed, as usual. I don't know why YouTube's so delayed. I really don't know how to fix that. I could go for some gyoza. Oh my god, don't even talk to me about gyoza right now. I love gyoza. You know what I'm really into? Yam tempura. But, sorry, not yam tempura. Like, yes, yam tempura. Yam tempura sushi rolls. You ever have yam tempura sushi rolls? Oh my god. They're not even really technically sushi. Like, I think sushi needs to be fish, you know what I mean? But it's like, they're just rolls. And they're really good. And they're really great in, like, fall. Oh, really? I'm full on arrows? Huh. Yeah, I don't like tempura normally either. I think it's just too much. But yam tempura rolls, like in like a California roll or a hand roll, delicious. Anyway, food. Don't talk about food. I'm hungry. We are at the. Did I not grab it? Oh right, the Seawater River. So it's probably like just simply a volcanic river, which is why it's like exploding sometimes. Discord real quick. Okay, one moment, please. Multitasking. Oh, dang it. I'm not good at multitasking. No, what have you done to my boy? No. Bro, someone's gonna repost that and for the item description and not notice. Rob, thank you for the meme. Alright, so we've already been down here briefly. Wait, we did get kicked into the pit by Patches, right? We did, and then we talked to Patches after. There's a Mikkola's Lily where Patches kicks you in. Because Patches kicks you down to the pit right here where the basilisks are. Patches is Mikkola. New lore. Seawater Water Cave. I don't remember this one. We've explored some of Gelmir, but I'd like to get a little bit more of it. Mushroom armor? Oh, foggy. Looks like a bunch of laying down knights were... perfume? Were, well, hiding in here. I don't know if they were sealed in to keep them in, or if it was like a safety thing to lock them in so they were okay and they had one guard on the outside. Whoops. Beat the boss, you get a pretty good talisman. What's the talisman? Oh my god. I really do like the mushroom guys, and I'm very curious about them. We're gonna get poisoned. I want to take a look at them. So the mushroom garb gets a buff, like a damage buff if you poison somebody. So that's what's going on with that. They look pretty much like humans, like zombified humans who have been taken over by mushrooms. But we have a couple hints about serpents and poison serpents, unseen serpents, linked to poison. And then we have these mushroom worshippers. And it's interesting because it's adjacent to Scarlet Rot. And it seems linked to many things, but not fully. You promised the Stardew Valley LOREATHON, is it true? No. You're being lied to. I'm not gonna lie, listen, I'm having a lot of fun with this stream and the LOREATHON and everything. Also, this week I'm really pumped. We're gonna be playing Dragon's Dogma tomorrow. We're also playing Rainbow Six Siege. We're going back to the LOREATHON, but we're moving away from it briefly to do a couple other things, including Dragon's Dogma. I'm having a lot of fun, but you know what else I'm having fun with? Freaking Stardew Valley. They got an update recently, and I've been playing it. I love it. I'm not gonna stream it. Supposed to link to the Scarlet Rot in their mushroom helmet. Yeah, because Scarlet Rot also gets a poison, or Scarlet Rot gets a buff for sure. But I still wonder, because then we have the formless serpent. You're gonna play Siege? Yes. You might be like, Raph, why are you gonna play Rainbow Six Siege? So the thing is, I was sponsored to play it. And I'm sorry, if they're gonna be like, we're gonna sponsor you to play Rainbow Six Siege, and I get to be an absolute... Like, they're literally gonna pay me to be bad at a game? Shit, brother. It's gonna be free content for you. I'm so pumped. I played Siege. Oh, they're worshipping the freaking bloom. Look at how cute that is. There it is. Mute all of your teammates? Nameless. Oh, Nameless. You think this is my first time on an online video game? Oh, God. Very interesting. There is a corpse. Is this a corpse? Did I pick something up off of it? Neat. Okay. Since they killed Casual? They killed Casual? I know a streamer friend who dislikes Alex and Stardew. She regrets ever marrying him. Really? Alex is such a sweetie. That sucks. Really? Honestly, I think the one that is like at this state is not a good option for a romance in Stardew is Shane. I knew who to ask. I think so too. Whatever. Listen, I like that game. I played it before. Not very much. It's very neat. and very interesting, and also a total disaster if you don't know what you're doing, which I don't, which is why I think it's going to be really funny. But that's going to go on. We're starting that tomorrow. Can you find some mushroom people in the swamp? Yeah, you sure can. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to go through equipment because it's easier. Mushrooms found growing all over the body. These overgrown mushrooms have colonized the head. To those enraptured by the scarlet rot, they are holy vestments that root one to the earth. Isn't there a mushroom crown in Nokron? Is that what I just read? I could have sworn there's 2 mushroom heads, right? And I remember you get one in Nokron, but I didn't get it. Just pick Fuse and Profit? Listen, people in chat right now are not going to get that joke. I'm not going to pick Fuse. I don't even know what attacker I usually play. Naked Rod has one. Why was I thinking Nokron? Something in my brain got a little confused there. Remember there being something about mushrooms there. Okay. Either way. So they're linking poison and scarlet rot, which makes sense, right? Oh, Jesus. This one's not cute, huh? I don't know. I actually think it's kind of pleasant. Like, definitely. It covers an eye. Hang on. It covers the left eye. The physical eye. So that's why they get rooted. They get rooted to the earth. Kind of thing. Thing of decay and deadly poison of the snakes. Yeah. But the thing is, too, what's really interesting is... Wait, do I not have the... I don't have the shield yet. We haven't gotten the shield. But one really interesting thing. Serpent arrows. Arrow carved to resemble a flying snake used in tandem with the serpent bow. Loyal minions of the formless serpents. Their fangs are dotted with deadly poison. Interesting, isn't it? Like the formless serpent? The idea of snakes doing poison and stuff like that makes sense, but it's pretty interesting because we have other related symbols with the snake, but not that. Long ago, great lords served the scarlet rot. Perhaps such fungal bodies served as their crowns. But then we see Gowry, who seems to be another level from everyone else, and he does not have a mushroom crown. In fact, he looks totally normal. Helmet reminds you of the spores in Last of Us? Yeah, it's a lot like Last of Us. I really like Last of Us design. It's so neat. That's a great game. Oh, dang it, I got freaking good. You can really tell that Miyazaki made that animation with love, eh? That's not Gowry's true form, is it? That's a good point. He could be projecting a different form. Definitely. But he is a sage. He does wear the sage garb in his projected form. He is indeed pretending. He's a pest who's masquerading. Gelmir stays dead in that form? Oh, I didn't kill. Oh my god, I've gone in a big circle. I'm freaking doomed. There's clearly something a little bit more special about him. Think he just leaves, not dies? We'll have to test it in this playthrough. Because it would be kind of weird if he's basically like, you can't kill me, and then he just goes, well, actually, you can. Then again, there is precedent for if you... characters succeeding in their missions being okay with death or accepting death because they've done what they needed to do, sort of thing. Or potentially losing their resolve because they failed / succeeded, right? He dies when you kill him. People die when they are killed. Bro, does this place have a boss? It does. I know it does. But I'm so freaking lost. Oh no. What's a really fun, cool Elden Ring build? You should do the Wing of Estelle. Have you tried Index? Sorry. I actually cannot be stopped. This looks the exact same! Something is so wrong. I don't know where I am. Best I can do is pure int. You know what? Fair enough. Double Reduvia? Daggers are looking good now that they got their buff or whatever. It's a maze? I literally have gone in circles like 3 times. Okay. This is where... Yeah. Okay. I've been here. Yeah. Oh no. What we can do without cheating? You don't need to cheat with the Wing of Estelle. You can do... Okay, listen. If you want to do okay. If you want to do my build for my first playthrough, but literally better, just use Wing of Estelle, and then instead of a second Wing of Estelle, because you can't get one without muling, use another curve sword, any curve sword, infused with frost, and then you'll have frost and magic, and you will freaking annihilate things. It's literally my build, but better. I found my way. I've done it. The only reason I want 2 Wings of Estelle is because they're freaking pretty. It doesn't mean they're that good. Like, they are good, but the main best part of them is Nebula. You don't get more Nebula by having 2 wings, you know? Genuinely. I feel like that's the thing that people don't get when they watch the first play. They're like, but why do you have 2? It's a broken weapon. It's like, it's a very strong weapon, but it's like Rivers of Blood. Having 1 Rivers of Blood is the same as having 2. 2 does not do anything for you. You can have the same effect by having a second katana. As long as you have that Ash of War, you're set. Kindred of Rod. Oh, Jesus. No, no. No, 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 no. Luckily, I'm pretty sure they're weak to fire, on top of just being generally weak at this point. Kindred of Rot's Exaltation. Oh god, not the shield build. Yeah, I once got someone really upset because I said I don't use shields. I just don't like shields because... Well, frankly, they just don't suit my aesthetic. Like, why would you get a shield when you could just get another weapon? Like, why? Like, literally, you're just gonna have some dinky, stupid wooden board in your hand, or you're gonna put a blade in there, you know? So I just don't like shields, but it's very insistent that I should use shields, and then I just said that I think shields are dumb, and, then they said that. Bloodborne Brain? I'm Bloodborne Brain, it's true. What about the coil shield? Okay, the coil shield is pretty cool. Carrion Retaliation? The only thing that you do with a shield is use Carrion, and then you put it away. Okay. The Kindred of Rot's Exaltation, a talisman depicting the exaltation of pests. Raises attack power when poisoning or rot occurs in the vicinity. Rot for the Scarlet Goddess. O scarlet blossoms flourish in distant lands and return to us. The unwanted children. This does sound to me like there's more than the 5 children we know about, though, eh? Like, that's what they do. They go and they flourish elsewhere. They spread the rot, but then they return? Interesting. Karia Night Chill is very pretty, though. I do sometimes use shields to put them on my back, like in Dark Souls 1 with the Grass Crest shield. Shields are nice, but not if they engender passivity. Exactly. Very suspicious of being reborn to respect your character. It's understandable. You do have to be a little bit careful. This game is a little bit actually more like Dark Souls 2 in that you simply have to use an item to be reborn. But in Dark Souls 3, I think respecs are limited. They are in this game too, but in 3, I don't know if they tell you. They do inform you something. I think it's like you can respec up to 5 times or something. But technically it's unlimited if you just save and reload or something. Yeah, 5 per run. Yeah, per new game cycle. Because the lore in Dark Souls 3 is if you get reborn too much, you simply get reborn as a slug type thing. Like a sort of slug creature. Dark Souls 3 has some pretty cool bits, I will say. Shield can be used to be offensive so you can move forward without taking a huge risk. I'm afraid that nothing can justify the fact that shields simply don't look cool. The only time a shield... Like, shields don't look cool in your hand. I'm sorry, they simply do not. They don't. On your back? Yeah, a little bit. They can look cool. But, like, nah, dude, shields don't look cool when you're holding them. Also, one NPC quest gets failed if you rebirth in DS3. Are you talking about Cirrus of the Sunless Realm? Technically, it's not that you get reborn, if I'm thinking of the right one. It's simply talking to Rosaria's fingers gets you, it's mutually exclusive. She is basically a blue. Buckler's especially uncool. The buckler is only to be used and put away. I use a buckler because it is the least obtrusive shield. And if I ever see it on my character or back, I get annoyed. It has to be hidden. It's only hidden. You have to at least like some of them. I don't think you understand. I don't like shields. The only time I ever use them is to parry, and then I put them away. They cannot be... No, they're ugly. Anything is better than a shield. Hey, what you doing? Stargazing? Lindell? It's interesting that the fire monks are fighting the Lindell soldiers. I mean, it's not like they're allied, but the fire monk... Maybe the... Okay, the fire monks are interesting. During my first playthrough, you probably noticed that I got a little confused because I kept being like, okay, so do they worship the flame or are they protecting the flame from others? And then the lore basically tells you that they were there to protect the flame from spreading or whatever. They were there to seal the flame away, but flame is beguiling. And looking upon it will fixate you, effectively. So they started worshipping the flame that they were meant to keep away. So at this point in time, I wonder if the fire monks aren't sort of doing their own thing. Snake on the coil shield is cute. Cute little poison friend. Yeah, but like, you know what's cuter? Another freaking sword. I'm sorry. Listen, the only person who's cool with the shield is Captain America. That's it. I don't make the rules. And you want to know why that is? Because that guy throws the shield as a freaking weapon. It's so cool. Oh, hi. Captain America is freaking cool as hell. Anyway, so the fire monks have taken over this fort. Fire monk gauntlets. They might also be trying... You're not wearing any clothes. Smo reference. Next you'll start laughing at me. Captain America side with the people when the revolution comes? Definitely. Alright, Prelates, Inferno, Crozier. Colossal hammer with the appearance of roiling flames. Weapon of the Prelates who lead the fire monks. Its heft represents the weight of their guardianship. The hammer's head is unusually substantial and strong attacks will fling foes into the air. Prelates charge. Slam armament into the ground to create a surge of flame, then charge in. It's Smo's attack from Dark Souls 1. Not really certain why they're here. Generally, the fire monks are, they're trying to keep the flame away, but there's definitely, like, sealed away. Eek, the wretched fools. He has a couple lines of dialogue. They'll never find me. I'll survive, I swear it. I'll soon be back at the Volcano Manor. So, Volcano Manor, Dingus, with the Fire Scorpion charm this time. A talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen, raises fire attack power but lowers damage negation. That's pretty much it. They're all the same otherwise. So he had that. He didn't make it. Spoilers. So it looks like the Lanedale soldiers had this fort, were chasing the Volcano Manor assassin, were taken out by the Fire Prelate, and then the Fire Prelates kind of run this area now. Jellyfish shield? Oh, the jellyfish shield. I just don't like shields. I'm sorry, it's not a personal affront. I just don't like shields. I also don't like hammers and strength weapons. It's just not for me. I know I've offended the Unga Bunga crowd, but I'm not saying don't use them. I'm just saying they're not for me. I like not just one, but two swords. It's my favorite. If I got one sword, happy. If I got two swords, better. The only thing that can be improved upon is more swords. That's it. You know what's better than one hammer? Two hammers. I'm with you there. I'm a very simple woman. Except other people are like, Unga Bunga, big hammer. I feel that. It's not for me. I just like two big, small, actually curved, potentially swords. Or even daggers. Oh man, hit me with some daggers. Not in this game, but I love daggers. Anyway, the fire monks... I'm not entirely sure what's their deal right now. Like, they are... Jesus Christ. They are keeping the flame away. But, I can't justify why they're down here. Unless they've kind of turned away from their original purpose. It's my new favorite ramble. It's very important. I like Reduvia dagger. When I first saw the Reduvia, I loved it. It's true. Oh my god. Very cool sorcery. What about the crossbow users? A staff of the guilty? Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, I'm so freaking pumped. There's some juicy lore on this bad boy. One moment, please. Wait. Okay, maybe more than a minute, please. Oh, you're freaking on, dude. Yeah, maybe a few moments, please. Why are you so tanky? I'm dead, nearly. Freaking stinky magma worms. Got him. So the thing about crossbow users is I have a fundamental problem with the use of crossbows. And you might be like, oh no, I'm gonna be offended. No. You have to use consumables. How, like, no. What if you run out? You can just buy more arrows and bolts wrap. No, what if you run out, dog? You can't. No, I can't. You know what's really cute? He's a little bit like Ludwig because he stands up in phase 2. He like remembers a little bit that he was a person. But look at his body. He's got a little paunch. Oh goodness. He's so freaking unbelievably cute. Like look at his little flat face and his big mouth. Like he's adorable. Oh my god. Genuinely one of the cutest designs FromSoft's put into this game, and I'm not joking. Look at him spit on his butt! He puts his feet up and everything! Okay, he smells though. He is stinky. He's cute, but he smells bad. The snake men are cuter. Oh, for sure. Snake men are like top of the list. Definitely, no doubt, no doubt. I'm trying to talk about the freaking fire monks. But basically, just to put it very simply, the reason that some of them use the aberrant sorcery, it's specifically the ones with the thorn crowns. Thorn crowns are put upon the guilty as punishment, and their eyes are gouged out with thorns. So I'm guessing the general lore is the initial fire monks and the low-ranking fire monks were basically prisoners who did bad crimes and were like, all right, as your penitence, you are gonna be, you have to watch the flame forever. Also, it might be something of a big brain play because the folks who looked at the flame apparently got beguiled. You can't, hang on, let me do the meme. You can't get beguiled if you can't see. Like, seriously. So they had folks who were blind watch the flame. They're missing the right eye? Both their eyes were cut out, apparently. The ones you're thinking of the Band of Fallen Hawks. They're missing one eye and have holes in their head. Something else happened with them, I think. Jesus, this guy's freaking brutal. Just take that L, brother. I've done like 1/8 of his health bar and I'm already done with his nonsense. Oh, there we go. Look at that face. I'm sorry, if he was like little, I would have him as a pet. So cute. Oh, magma worms. I think this might be the first magma worm we've encountered. I should probably talk about their lore. This is going to make what I just said a little bit more messed up. Magma worms were people. We've mentioned it when we talked about Eleonora and Yura and their questline, but effectively, people who ate dragon hearts eventually became magma worms. Every single one. That's why they use weapons. It's because they kind of remember what they were. It's kind of the curse for consuming dragon hearts and acquiring the power from them. It's sort of taboo, forbidden power. So obviously their design is not literally snake-like. They are definitely lizards, the type of lizard that crawls on their very close to the ground. But their curse partially is to crawl on the earth on their belly because they try to soar like dragons, which is also why their wings are largely ineffectual and small. Stop. Alexander is trying to talk about serious lore, and this man's out here doing a hot tub stream. Keyword hot. Look at him go. He's actually the GOAT. This is just... I love him so much. He's the greatest character in the game. I wonder whether that process results in them breathing magma and not fire. Like, do they eat magma and regurgitate it? Is it imperfect fire from the imperfect dragon? I think it's because... Sorry, I have to talk to him. He's just gonna be sitting there grunting incessantly. Dude, he's like a guy in the gym. You're like trying to finish your set, and that's all you hear. You're like, listen to your music, you're like, and then you just, that's what you hear. Sorry, I'm literally like trying to get into advanced lore, and this man's just like, stop it! It's a Tibia Mariner fight, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
mountain
gonna cry.
Bake me in your flames.
Okay. Oh shit. love him so much. What's up? You having a good bath?
Ah, good lady. What business might you have in such a place as this?
And that's what the guy at the gym says to you when you go up to him.
Considering that fleshly form of yours.
Literally, and I quote.
Timing, though, is impeccable as ever. I've been making just the thing for you on my journey here. Take it. I'm sure it'll suit you to a T.
Now we're best
It's
friends.
hardly more than lukewarm here. I won't be able to temper my body such that it'll never crack again. Perhaps I'll head eastward. There's an old saying I've caught wind of. Above the lofty clouds, the icy giant's peak doth soar. Here lieth the flame of ruin, which ever burning roars.
Okay, couple things. I think he's done grunting now. So this is actually kind of related to what I wanted to bring up. Lava and lava sorcery, which we are going to get in Gelmir, is considered very primal, but you can still make sorceries out of it. That's what Riker does. But lava is different. There's something that's associated very strongly with being primal and sort of this primal strength. So the fact that magma worms become magma worms, it's really interesting because dragons in their truest form use lightning. They do breathe fire, but they use lightning. And the people who try to be like dragons without fully ever being capable of taking on that form use lava. They devolve and become closer to this primal state. They're not anything like dragons at all. Where did that come from, my brother? Listen, I think I'm just gonna go ahead. That's just you're distracting me from my lore, dog. I'm sorry. I'm gonna purge that because it's weird. Okay, lava sorcery equals primal. This lava's looking a little spicy on its own. But when we talk to Alexander, we find out that this is nowhere near hot enough to fix his form. So he was made somewhere else. He's literally sitting in a volcano. Like, okay, not quite a volcano, but this lava is coming straight out of the volcano. And it's not hot enough for him. More like molten glass than lava? Yeah, but this is a volcano. I feel like it's supposed to be. It just maybe doesn't look right. But now this is volcanic earth. For sure, I think it's supposed to be lava. Or magma, I guess. I don't remember the difference. One of them is a... One of them is a difference. But he is... This actually tells us some really interesting things about the origin of the jars. So... Creation of jars, I don't think... like, you don't make them out of metal. They're made out of clay. They're molded. I really wonder if we aren't going to get some more information about them from the DLC, because there's that one shot that shows, you know, trailers in the trailer that shows like almost like there's a bunch of jars. Some people thought it was a jar factory. It's possible. I just see a lot of jars and it's pretty exciting, but there's something going on. So if this place isn't hot enough to fix his form, then it suggests he came from somewhere else. I don't think that he's linked to the giants. It's possible he is. Because the giant's flame is presumably even hotter than lava or magma. Which one is it? Hang on. It's magma. If it's underground, it's lava. Okay, so it's lava. Gotcha. This is like his workout? Kind of. Yeah, he's strengthening himself in another way. Everything he does is to strengthen himself. But it's not enough. So he's going to look for... well, the giant's flame. Apparently the giant's flame isn't enough either. And eventually he changes his tactic. But effectively, I wonder if... considering... there's a couple things about the jars that are kind of mysterious. First of all, there are people hunting for them because they need living jar shards because they're magical. And they need them for ingredients. We learned this from the living jar shard. But this also suggests that they can't be made. Or the way to make them has been lost. Which means that they're probably not necessarily from around here. It makes you wonder who made them. The only ones we see, there's not too many left in the lands between. But like the Crystallians, it looks like no one's making them anymore. There might be something in the Land of Shadow related to this. I don't know. I'm a little hopeful. I love the jars. Who doesn't? We want to know more about them. You know. But either way, it looks like the lands between is not where he came from, is not where he was made. Either way, he does also have like an Erd tree symbol on the top of his seal. So he's definitely been, and the jars have definitely been co-opted. There you go. You can see it from here. They all just have the kind of standard Erd tree seal. And he gives you the jar, I forgot. This is so cute, by the way. It is actually rather interesting that he made a jar. So potentially the way that jars are made is that jars make them. So by killing jars, they're just preventing them from getting more jars. Jar that fits cleanly over the head when upturned, made with pride by Iron Fist Alexander. In a uniquely jar-like gesture of friendship, it boosts the power of throwing pot items. Aww. Although, to be fair, you do have to fill them with people for them to become living jars.
Perhaps I'll head eastward. There's an old saying I've caught wind of. Above the lofty clouds, the icy giant's peak doth soar. Here lieth the flame of ruin, which ever burning roars.
It does ever burn, but it's no longer roaring, and that might actually be part of the reason that he isn't able to strengthen himself to the point that he wants, is because the giant's flame is but embers now. From Let Me Solo Her. No! Listen, I love the look of naked person with jar, but I hate that it's been associated only with one individual. Naked person with jar, like, all of it, there's a little naked person with jar within all of us. You know? Wear the jar, please, for Alex. You're right. I will become a jar girl for a period of time. He doesn't comment if you put it on, either.
Eastward, there's an old saying above the lofty.
I put on the jar, bro. Let me solo with all of us? Nah, dude. I was helping people with boss fights for years. There's a little bit of me inside of Let Me Solo Her, okay? Nah, dog. I came first. Raph, you invade! Well, you can do both. You can help and you can harm. It's all fun in the end. I don't like helping people in this game very much because, frankly, Elden Ring just doesn't feel good. But every other one. What armor is your character? Question? Sorry, what armor am I wearing? I'm wearing the Rotten Gravekeeper Cloak Altered and the Rotten Duelist Greaves, and then the gold bracelets. It's, two of them are from one set. They just have a slightly different name. Gotta be in the lava to get his dialogue with a jar on? No. I wish. There's a rune bear here, I think. I feel like I missed a lava sorcery. Nope, I sure didn't. Roiling Magma, one of the sorceries developed from the magma of Mount Gelmir, fires a lump of condensed magma that explodes a short delay after hitting the target. After discovering the ancient hexes of Gelmir, Rykard, son of Queen Renala, brought them back into practical use as new forms of sorcery. So, he started hanging out here, but he didn't build Gelmir, nor did he construct... Once again, this is more evidence... I'm not saying it's necessarily Mesmer, but considering they're both really strongly snake associated, both associated with blasphemy, I really wonder. But I will say that Rykard found stuff here already, you know? Like, he literally came here. He found the hexes that already existed in Gelmir and turned them into sorceries because he was a sorcerer and he understood them. It's actually pretty interesting. Rykard was not Ronnie, who is a complete prodigy. But Rykard was still intelligent in his own way and able to create his own sorceries based on stuff that he found. He wasn't able to use hexes, but he was able to use sorceries. Now, hexes in this game, the term is used a little bit, but they tend to be for ancient things.
It was a man
Oh god.
wearing nothing but a crown on his head, holding 2 katanas, named Let Me Solo Her I considered against him. But I was curious, and who am I to deny him his wish? The man took no damage except from some rot on the flower attack. He was flawless, and put all my attempts to shame.
You know they say, like, I don't fear the man who has practiced 1,000 kicks. I practice the man who has practiced 1 kick 1,000 times. That's kind of how I feel about Let Me Solo Her. Like, listen, I love fighting bosses. I spent hours helping people with bosses in various Souls games because I love fighting them so much. I would, especially Bloodborne, I would literally go AFK in front of a boss door and do like homework and stuff and like get whatever work I needed done, and then I'd just be ringing my bell, and when someone needed help I'd get summoned, I'd do the fight and then go back to work, right? So I love helping people with fights. I don't think I've ever fought a single boss 1,000 times though. Plus, that's insane. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way.
It was a man, wearing nothing but a jar on his head, holding 2 katanas, named Let Me Solo Her I considered against him. But I was ornery.
I should have waited. I should have finished reading that one to the end. I don't know what I was talking about. Oh, Gelmir sorceries, hexes. I want to talk about hexes. I hope we're gonna get hexes in the DLC. Based on Mesmer and the fact that I think he's the origin for these hexes, he might not be, but I really think he do be. I feel like he was probably the one who was a Gelmir. I don't know. But I think Rykard found some stuff there, got inspired, and started following himself. Oh, dang, you got me. The Guilty Staff! Oh, remember when I said 1 minute? Like 20 minutes ago? Excellent reminder. Thank you. Also, thanks for the 100 bits as well. New hexes ain't been made since Ulasil. It's actually pretty neat because hexes are described as really ancient things, and they usually are, but hexes are kind of more primal, in a way. They rely on emotion a great deal, historically in previous games. So, Rancor Call and Ancient Death Rancor are described as Ancient Death hexes, and then some of the Magma sorceries are Ancient hexes of Gelmir. Okay, the Staff of the Guilty. This is a really sick drop. I'm really glad we got this, so we can show this off and take a look at it. So it is pure face scaling, even though it's a glintstone staff. A heretical staff fashioned from a smoldering, withered sapling that turns the blood of sacrifices pierced by it into glintstone, similar to hex magic. Sorceries are scaled with faith rather than intelligence when wielding the staff, which enhances thorn sorceries in particular. I always forget which hand I put things in. Here we go. So there's a glintstone. I can't really tell what that is. It looks like the skull of something. It looks, frankly, like the skull of a dragon. Like a really tiny one, though. Like a baby dragon? So the head has been replaced with glintstone. Either way. Let's try to get a better angle of it. This is the type of thing. Yeah, that looks like a... Like, not quite. Could it be half a skull? Maybe like the top half of a dragon snout or something? It looks like a jawbone, but not a human jawbone, right? Because that's way too wide and long. Imp head? Imp heads are wider too. Looks like a dog? Could be a dog. There are Kayla dogs in the vicinity. Maybe the DLC hippo? I mean, there is a DLC hippo. It's too narrow, though. Hippo's got really wide jaws. Looks like an otter with its feet up. Oh my god, it kind of does. It looks like an upside-down otter. Or like a... It looks like a groundhog upside down. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. But either way, it's been replaced with glintstone. It's the center of the staff. The skull has been impaled upon it. It has cinders on the branch. But the main thing that it does is bleed. Thorn sorceries. So once again, Staff of the Guilty. Do we have the Guilty crown? Guilty hood. The garb of those accused of lesser crimes indicated by the collar of sharpened branches. I forget what has this lore now. I'm having a moment. But there is, like, the guilty, they wear a crown of thorns, and the thorns poke their eyes out. Redstone related with the guy that attacks... Yeah. So, you're thinking of Alberich. Alberich also uses red glintstone. In fact, since we're in the vicinity, I think we'll go grab his set so we can read a little bit more about red glintstone. I think you should get rid of it. Get rid of what? Oh! Did I get this one? Oh, I sure did. Okay. So we've been here. Sacramental buds. Interesting. But we didn't fight anything here. I just grabbed the bonfire and left. So this is Maggie. Are her eyes covered? There was something I wanted to do with Maggie. And I don't remember what it was. It was a few streams ago. Someone suggested we look at the demi-human queens, but I don't remember what thing we wanted to look. Okay, Maggie, damn! I thought we were cool. Dang, she really hurt, actually. Wait, this guy's protecting her? So the, some Rhea Lucarians seem to have been a little bit more chill than others. Hang on, where is it? The Demi-Human Queen's Staff. Glintstone Staff styles as a scepter, a gift once given to the demi-humans to foster peace. It can be wielded even by those of low intelligence. Sneered at by fools in the academy. So it doesn't mean they're necessarily allied, but it looks like some members of Rhea Lucaria made staves. They wanted peace, so they gave them to the demi-human queens. Also, this has basically become a demi-human village. It wasn't always necessarily, but at this point, there's just a handful of scholars here. It was probably helpful to have a couple scholars here and then use the demi-humans to protect Lusat. Or Azur, this is Azur. Because Azur's over in the corner. The only way to get to him is through this village. So they gave her the staff. And quite possibly, sort of as an exchange, she defends the location of the forbidden sorcerer Azur. Yeah, Lusat is under way more heavy guard. So it's interesting that they seem pretty cool with... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, to be fair, I could have, like, moved a little better, but are you fucking joking me? Alright, we ain't checking shit. We're just gonna kill him. Ugh. Casters. Go bad timing. Welcome back. Just a firing squad? It really was. Like, I kept trying to drink stubbornly. I kind of went in bot mode. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, that wasn't my best display. But, like, PvE's comfy, dude, you know? That's it. We're bringing Torrent. Wake up, nerd. You're gonna get fucking swirlied. Oh god, it's happening again. Death to the casters! And you know what? It's really easy because they basically die in one hit because they're big nerds. Wait, you're Azur followers. I just realized they're wearing Azur's mask. They are adherents of Azur. They were anyway. Okay, so Azur and Lusat got kicked out of the academy. It's possible. I assume the people preventing you from accessing Azur and Lusat were like keeping them locked away. But what if they're actually still following Azur and Lusat? Oh dear god. There is a few too many at this time. Maybe he converted his own prison guards? It's possible, but they were already... I don't think it's a coincidence that these guys are wearing the staff or the hat of the followers of Azur, and they're around Azur, and right in front of Lusat's room... Okay, hang on, this hat. Because this guy thinks different. So the ones closer to him were wearing this, which is Azur's adherents. That guy was wearing Lusat's adherents, but the ones closest to him were Azur's followers. Now, it's possible that they stopped following him when he was banned because, you know... But then again, just because something's taboo and forbidden doesn't mean people will stop following. So possibly these people are actually protecting him because they believe in him. Yeah, these ones are this one. Oh my god, no. There's really a lot of them, huh? Oh my god. Stop wiggling around! He's always just out of reach. Alright. We gotta take out the queen. She's the caster. You gotta take out the caster first. But I'm also kind of looking for lore idly, so... The queen is taking out the other demi-humans, question mark? Like... Some queen you are. Memory stone. So Azur is gone now because we completed Sellen's questline, got his gear. But yeah, I'm reassessing the lore now. Oh, do they not respawn? I thought the mages did. Oh, I see. They're considered part of her fight. See, this guy's an exception. He is wearing a different crown than they were. Reign of Fear? Yeah, maybe. So possibly they... I don't know. Okay, it's actually... Lusat was locked up. But Azur maybe was sort of secreted away and they put him here for safety. So none of them were real, maybe? Nah, sometimes things have permadeath. It's not unusual. Like, it's a little unusual, but it's not unheard of. Hermit Village. Yeah, if you were trying to keep your forbidden sorcerer safe to prevent him from getting locked up. For the price of one glintstone staff? Pretty easy. It's also possible the demi-humans helps them to take the body here. But they definitely didn't build this town. Demi-humans don't live in towns like this. What's the build? It's not really build, just kind of dex. You know. Now I see them as cute. Demi-humans? They are really cute, genuinely. I really like them. Don't think we did this one. Demi-humans kind of worship the strongest one around? Likely. There does seem to be something special about the queens, though. I mean, it could just be, if they're queens in the traditional sense, it could be that the sort of queen is the, if they're like insects or ants or something, that she's the one who is the parent to all of them, right? So she's literally the queen, but she's also their mother. Neat. Okay, this is a fun one. Maybe Lusat was just super strong. The thing is, like, not to disrespect the demi-humans, but Lusat is a rock now? I don't think that he would have strength in a traditional sense. And the demi-humans, like, the demi-human queens are not seemingly able to wield much more than the super basic spells from Rhea Lucaria. They're not exactly going to be grasping the primeval current. It's a little bit beyond them. Come on, get run over. They killed you twice? Yeah, you don't need to be smart to kill me. What, like, is hard? Also, what do they have? Numbers. What did they kill me with? Spamming. This is like when, like, I'm not saying you're saying this. I'm just saying generally it's the same attitude as when a ganker, you know, does nothing throughout the fight but spam a single spell, and then when you're dead, they run over and teabag you with their two friends. It's like, congratulations, 3 is bigger than 1. There was like 15 demi-humans. Also, yeah, they do use special spells, actually, I will say. So they have their own school of thought, but, like, they're not exactly... The primeval current is, like, a little bit advanced. English only in the chat, sorry. Moderation purposes. I don't read any other language. Except Polish, but let's not get started with the Polish, because then we get people in Polish, and I'm afraid my mods can't read it, so it's English only anyway. Other more artificially refined. It's actually, that tracks, because the thing about, what is it? The primeval current, not the primeval current, sorcery. Sorcery in general tends to be very contrived and created. It's in Souls games, it tends to be very distant from the natural order of things. Hear the part that's right at the beginning of the game? No, that's Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. This is a Hero's Grave, not the same one. If you mean, is it a Hero's Grave? Yeah. Basically, they built these to honor certain specific heroes, and other people were buried near them. Bob's mom was killed in that hut where you get your beautiful. Bob's mom broke the tradition and allows your son to speak. It's also possible, like, my prevailing theory is that Bach is way older than the other demi-humans, and that's why he has way greater signs of intelligence. They're hitting so hard. I'm on New Game Plus 0. But I am wearing a Source Seal, so it could be that. In fact, I think it's time to take off the Source Seal. You just kind of reminded me. I don't know what to run, though. This. Yeah. I'm also not, like, super optimized right now. Sorcery seems very connected to natural processes here. That's true. That's true, because it is they are using light from, or life from the stars. So it's still linked with nature. But stone, it's glint stone. And I know that there's life in it. It's not literal stone. But when we look at Lusat's armor and Azur's armor, when they become, not this one. This one's true. It says the same thing. Brain and skull all together, and now removed from his body, it is all but dead. Since the... No, not this. Corroded by blue... Wait, where is it? It says that they're, they become inorganic. This one. Azur has reached a near inorganic state. So, as he becomes more stone-like, even though there is life in the stone, he becomes inorganic. It's literally separated from life. It's the difference between a tree and a rock. Oh, you backed up a little too far, dingus. incantations feel a lot more personal. It's also the nature of int versus faith. So it's like faith incantations operate. You literally chant something, and the chant gives you like spirit and allows you to cast a spell. Also, sorcery tends to be a lot more elitist and exclusionary, and often closed-minded. Now, sometimes, you know, maybe closed-mindedness in this particular case is a little bit of a good thing. So, for example, Rhea Lucaria basically outlawed the use or the study of the primeval current, right? Now, this might have been Renala herself because she was more into the moon versus the primeval current equals the stars. But when people were sent to primeval current, one thing they did was turn people into graven schools. They turned them into these nightmare creatures. So there's a little bit like, oh, okay, should we ban this? Well, if they're turning their students into nightmare creatures, maybe we should ban it. You know what I mean? But then we have characters like, oh my god, I never gave, I hope it's not too late. Remind me to help, Topes. I don't think I gave him the second key. We gotta do that. I hope it's not, it should be fine. He's just chilling. He's having a fine time. Do I have the second key? I think so. Synthetic, exclusively rational path. There's still a bit of madness and too much knowledge for sure. Like, you know, we see with Sellen, but yeah, absolutely. But the sorcerers were not happy with like demi-humans. They sneered at giving demi-humans their staves because demi-humans are stupid. And Topes was made fun of for being a Bluntstone, but meanwhile he had a genius they didn't comprehend because they had a closed-minded view. Also, yeah, I'm gonna get the big finger weapon. I don't remember where it is, but we'll find it. I'm not worried. This is bad. I live, bitch. I don't think I've ever done this place like this. No regrets. Oh no, some regrets. Some regrets, definitely some regrets. It's okay, we'll get a shortcut back to the start. It'll be Poggy. Oh no, you're gonna hit me. Oops. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. Oh no. Some regrets. Some. Whatever, bitch. I lived. We're so close. We're so close. You can taste it. You can taste it. We're so freaking no. It's coming back. Come on! Ah, joke's on you. I lived. Might need bloodhounds for this? That's Quater talk. Silly. It's not the intended way, but whatever. I know, this isn't the way to the finger. We'll get the finger, don't worry. These things used to one-shot you no matter the health or armor? I think if you had 60 vigor, you could live through one. But no, I think that was a patch. Apparently on release, they would one-shot you no matter what. Literally the best Elden Ring player I know, for real, for real. Base, thank you. Red Wolf of the Champion. Dealt really high damage? Yeah, I don't remember because I encountered one very early and I made my way through it. Bloodhound Knight Flow. So that's the hero here. I wonder, the thing is, like the Red Wolf, When it says the champion, I wonder if it doesn't mean the champion Radagon, if they aren't all linked to Radagon. Because before Radagon was Elden Lord, he was just a champion. He was still powerful before he became known, and that is that with that role, you know. I don't know. I really am not sure what to think about the Red Wolves. Some people think the Red Wolves are all Radagon's eyes, and he's watching over things. So every single one has a particular placement. And things associated with his children and stuff. Like there's one at Raya Lucaria. That one's Radagon though. I just don't think that he's the only champion. So I'm not really sure if it's always Radagon, right? Bloodhound Knight Flo. Spirit of a Bloodhound Knight they called the Rabid Stray will attack without pause immediately after being summoned. Flo vowed that there was only one lord he would serve, a true king. And so the Rabid Stray never found a master. And he's basically not frenzied in terms of like frenzy within the game, but he's got the red eyes. He's pretty intense. He's pretty aggro. Yeah, so the Red Wolves appear able to inherently use sorcery. Even the ones that appear to just simply be in nature at the Ancestral Woods are using sorcery. So, I'll see, I hate them. Armor set in the Hermit Village. Oh, did I? Which one? Is it red eyes when you use Madness? Not in this game, no. Frenzy in this game, Madness, has an orange-yellow color. You can't get red eyes like that. Not like that. Not in this game. Stuff in this should be linked to Rykard and the Gelmir Knights. Yeah, but it's a Gelmir hero's grave, so... If Flo is the hero, you gotta really wonder who. Also, does that mean that the Red Wolf was allied with Flo, or was the Red Wolf there to protect Flo? Either way, I don't think we see another Red Knight in a place like this. Why are Bloodhounds summoned in the Renala boss fight? Bloodhound Knights had an oath with the Karnrola family. That's probably why Darawil is part of Blythe's questline, is Darawil was a servant of Ronnie, presumably. And then when people think, I think this is a pretty safe bet, when Ronnie gave up her body, the oath was technically broken, and he wasn't an ally to Ronnie, he was literally allied to her body, and thus was able to break his oath, which is why Blythe calls him a traitor and is hunting him down. The only thing about the Red Wolves is they are Red Wolves, and the first one we encounter is Radagon associated, very explicitly. Oops. I don't know, I'm not sure where to sit on the Red Wolves, personally. Red is strongly associated with Radagon, of course, and since the Red Wolf of Radagon is literally named for him, also has red fur. But then again, red is also associated with the Crucible. First one's Raya Lucaria? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the Red Wolf of Radagon. But that doesn't mean that they're all there, you know? Yeah, Bloodhound Knights choose a master they're supposed to remain loyal for life. Somehow Darawil was able to be disloyal, though, which means that there has to have been some really extreme case. I think it's here. Oh, well, that... Nope. Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. Nice. That's where I was, though, but I think there's another path. Figure in Farum Azula is also associated with the 3 wolves. The 3 wolves are a huge symbol. It's actually truly everywhere. Oh, dang it! That's okay. Oh my god! Mantis Blade. Herodotus Crown and Errant Sorcerer set? Oh, I picked that up already. I did. Because I've been there before. I ran through it to get another quest line done. But yeah, you do get an armor set in the village. Where is it? At least I think I picked it up. Yeah, Errant Sorcerer Altered. Sorry, I forgot to read this. We did get this at the Hermit Village way back when. Commonplace robe made of thick cloth, worn by Errant Sorcerer Wilhelm, one of the first Tarnished to visit Round Table Hold. Also another name from Bloodborne, Willem. Is it spelled the same? I think so. No, it might not be. It might not be. I think it's a different spelling. A silent seeker of sorcery who had gone so far as to make contact with the primeval current, Willem was led by guidance into confrontation with his friend Vargrim, and it is said that he was then taken prisoner in Round Table Hold. And we actually fight the Errant Sorcerer and Vargrim as part of the Volcano Manor questline. This one is associated with Radagon, though, this place being presumably under Rykard's control and all. But that's the thing. If Radagon is still watching what's going on in the Lands of Tween, which is the people's general consensus, I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's generally the argument. Him having his wolves everywhere just makes sense with that, you know? Maybe I shouldn't be here? Oh. Or maybe I should. Oh. Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have done these hero graves before. A couple times at least. And I genuinely feel like every single time I enter one, I do them in a different way and a different order. And find new things. Bloodborne is Willem. Yeah, but it's said the same way. So it's another recycled name. Alright, so here we get the full Bloodhound set. And the Gelmir Knight set. It's interesting. Oh, the pulley crossbow. I gotta read that too. Thank you. My god, there's so much to read. Helm worn by knights once loyal to Praetor Rykard, its crest of red feathers symbolizes Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son. The feathers are fucking gray. They're red, but they're gray. Hang on, where's this helmet? Yeah, Rykard has red hair, he's just gone gray. Guaranteed. Looking at Rykard's portraits, some people were theorizing that he's blonde. And it's totally potential, but it's just this whole like pedigree. Plus, I personally think he had red hair, but he's gone gray. And then his knights who represent his hair and his pedigree have gray fucking feathers. I think he went gray, dog. That's really interesting. I actually didn't notice that detail. It's a pretty strong supporting theory, though. All right. We should look at this to look at some symbols. Nope, no, I'm trying to... There we go. That looks like a spear. Kinda. A very strange spear. Pointing down, and then the top feathers? It bears an emblem that none wear any longer, standing as it does for a lord that fell from lofty ambition into gluttonous depravity. As the lord lost his dignity, so too do these knights lose their master. Yeah, so no one wears this anymore. Interesting. Another trident-like symbol, like the Girandol. Mesmer one? Doesn't look like Mesmer's. But like, I'm looking respectfully. It does look kind of shovel-like for sure at the bottom. I'm not sure exactly what I'm seeing, but either way, this is the symbol for Rykard now. But I'm wondering if he didn't take some of his iconography from other figures who came before. So I'm just looking. It's interesting how rusted it is too. Forget to get the death root. Did I not? I did already. And then we got the Bloodhound Knight set as well. Metal helm with a pointed beak worn by the Bloodhound Knights. The Bloodhound Knights are trained as hunters and known to be unshakable trackers. Without the use of language, each knight chooses his own master. Once a decision has been made, the knight stays loyal for life. Which is why this one is here at this Gelmir knight. Because even though his master is no longer loyal, it's kind of ironic. The Gelmir soldier is no longer loyal to his master, but the Bloodhound Knight remains loyal anyway. Esper Smear seems to be melted as at the tip. It does look a little glassy, like obsidian, no? Think it's worth going back here to get him? It's up to you. They're pretty cool armor sets, I will say. Okay. I don't remember how to get the freaking fingy. Uh-oh. I don't want to teleport either. It might be down here. We should try to ride the chariot. Hang on. What's up here, though? It's kind of ironic because I did this place in the completely non-intended way, I think. And I sort of did it backwards. Ah, maybe this way? No, I went all here. Now that I'm trying to think of how I did this in my first playthrough, I can't remember. Light beacon to kill the chariots? Nah, that's a different one. That's a different hero's grave, yeah. This is the Gelmir hero grave, yeah. Let's just keep going this way, because I think that's what I did in my first playthrough. I just kept going this way. A little bit. And then I found another way, question mark. Oh, I lived. It's not gonna be... This isn't like the intended way by any means. Are there pods to shoot down? Probably not. I don't think this one comes all the way down here, actually. It's just like slow going. It might. Nope. You're not allowed. This is brave person only territory. Ah, I think this is how you get to the boss now. But we want to go this way first. Any ways to ride the chariot? I don't know how you ride that chariot. This is the only way I've ever done this. You just RP walk your way down. Gotta scream like Alexander baking in the lava. Ah, yes, for the role play. The ringed finger. I wonder if I'll be able to use it. I don't have enough strength. I can two-hand it. Bludgeon made of an enormous finger sheathed in several heavy rings, thought to have been cut from an ancestor of the finger creeper. Some life yet remains in this legacy of an ancient act of blasphemy, as evidenced by the barely perceptible warmth it still exudes. Unique skill, Claw Flick, causes the finger to swell, then flex to build up strength before giving enemies an almighty flick. If that isn't the greatest lore description you ever heard in your life. Look at that nail. It's even curved. Goodness. I gotta use this in PvP sometime. Literally, just hit him with the go flick yourself. It's so good. Can you Bloodhound step your way down quicker? Yeah, but why would you do that? It's like just be patient, chat. Have you ever heard that you should like chill and smell the roses? Like, I'm telling you, gamers these days don't appreciate the journey that Miyazaki has created for us. You're all just like, how do I get out of this lava faster? How about you sit there and you sniff your own burning flesh? Okay, that's what Miyazaki meant for you to do. You walk in the lava, you get a little singed, and you become all stronger for it. Whoa, why is the audio weird here? That drink was weird. And then we're here! Woo! Alright. No better way to knock Phantom off cliffs. You make an excellent point. Counterpoint though, what if you hit them with the jar cannon from like 10,000 kilometers away? Hi, Enya.
You have returned. What is it?
I was looking at her feet for a second. About Queen Marika. Do we get this lore?
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision.
That's a neat line.
God in truth.
Carrier of its
After
vision.
the Elden Ring's shattering,
So the vessel
she was imprisoned
influences the Elden Ring
in
while the
the
Elden Ring
Earth
influences
Tree.
the vessel,
A
apparently.
grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. The fingers speak. Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence.
Love when she does the
But
roleplay
even
voice.
in shackles, she remains a god and a vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers have willed it so. Now you may go.
Ah, I wanted to read Elmer the Briar's whole thing. Battered iron helm from a foreign land, worn by Elmer of the Briar. The winding, rusted iron briars are a mark of the guilty and typically indicate a sentence of death. They also cause his armor to deal damage when performing dodge rolls. Elmer murdered numerous instructors and merchants and was known as the bell-bearing hunter. Okay, so someone asked what happens if you roll into people in the round table hold with the briar armor, and I think we need to find out, but I'm like a little scared about this one. Oh god. Nope, it doesn't do anything. They thought about that. Just in case, though. Just in case. I do love the stance when you run when you're, like, overloaded, though. You kind of have that... Ugh. Hi. Ugh. Kind of glad. Part of me is a little disappointed, though. Although, okay, you remember Dark Souls 2, you get a weapon set, you get an armor set that poisons people who are nearby you. Like, literally, if you stand near them, they start getting poisoned. I once accidentally almost killed the Firekeeper because I was standing next to her, and I forgot. And, yeah, you don't get her back if that happens, and you can't level up, so... I'm just saying that Dark Souls 2 was a game for real gamers. Because this game is a baby game that doesn't let you murder all your friends if you want to. Dark Souls 2 would have let you. I'm telling you, Tanamura was shackled. Yeah, the butterfly set. It just so happens to be beautiful. Yeah, the Emerald Herald. She's the Firekeeper of the thing. Are you, like, what's up with you? Did I give you the hawk?
I'm not like Roderica. I don't feel the presence of spirits, let alone see them. Still, this ash, it reminds me of my first hawk. Thank you.
I do love when she talks about Roderica. I actually forgot about that.
In this ash, I can smell the ancient storm. It reminds me of my first hawk.
So, Nephilim mentioning Roderica and Roderica talking about Dung Eater, I think are the only times that, well, okay, technically, Dee and Roger will talk about each other. There's a couple interactions like that. I do wish they referred to each other a bit more, but it's still cool when they do. That's one thing this game does pretty well. A lot of the time, other characters won't refer to one another. In Dark Souls, like, I'm trying to think. Dark Souls 1 has a couple really interesting lines of dialogue depending on who's at your Firelink Shrine, but, you know. Dark Souls 2 is the Dark Souls of Dark Souls games. It's true. Undeniably true. Alright, I'll read the pulley crossbow as well before I forget yet again. Thank you for the reminders. Okay, pulley crossbow. So we found this in the Heretic Village as well. Crossbow made with pulleys and power springs. The complex mechanism, which requires advanced mathematical and mechanical understanding to craft, was likely made by a certain genius who learned Golden Order fundamentalism. One touch fires a volley of bolts. Be warned, large stores of bolts can be quickly spent. Some people think that's Gold Mask. He is a genius. He did study Golden Order fundamentalism, but I don't know that... I think maybe... And the Mantis Blade, yes. A curved sword with a blade at both ends wielded by the cemetery shades, the insect-ridden gravekeepers. The blade is thin and sharp, and strong attacks unleash a far-reaching slash. I am deeply concerned about the Mantis Blade. I can't believe I found it my first try now, and then there it is. Okay, I want to take a look at it. Let's pour it out of here real quick, or let's jump down here so we can take a look at it. Who is a certain genius? I'm wondering if it's not gonna be we don't know yet. Funny thing, in ancient Chinese history, a Taoist priest was said to be the guy who invented the repeating crossbow. Interesting. Looks a lot like Wing of Estelle? No. Wing of Estelle is perfect, soft, blue, and beautiful. Now, in all seriousness, I don't think they're related. Like, they are curved swords, but hang on, let's take a look. Like, other than the fact that they're both curved swords, and thus have a similar appearance in general, I really don't know. The point, the shape, the general, like, the back. Nah, I don't think so. But yeah, we do have a figure in the DLC who uses... Okay, keep in mind, I'm not an expert on crossbows. I don't use them, but he does use a quick repeating crossbow. There's also... I don't know. I don't know who it could be. Because, like, yeah, okay, Gold Mask. But Gold Mask, other than his mask, is not credited as creating anything. And he kind of seems more like an aesthetic scholar who's studying rather than someone who'd create something, an artisan. Especially something to do harm. But I'm not sure. Alright, so cemetery shades are insect-ridden gravekeepers. That's gross and scary. He was a Taoist priest before becoming the strategist for the Brothers of the Peach Garden. The Brothers of the Peach Garden? That is so cool. You have so much historical knowledge about stuff that I have no concept of. I love it. It is so neat. Or is it mythological? Listen, Utana knows about things that I don't know about, and I love it. Are we having a history off? Aww. I'm really intrigued, but I was gonna end, chat. I'm really sleepy. I'm sorry, gamers. I want to keep going. You know what's the best part? We didn't even finish in the basement. We did a lot. We did Nokstella. We did, we didn't get to Deeproot quite yet, but we're close. We almost finished Ronnie's quest. We just have to find her, effectively. So we just have to get to the... we have to get to Manicelis. We have to clear Lake of Rot. We still got a fair bit to do, but I'm happy with what we did today. So, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm doing another... doing a stream. I don't normally stream tomorrow. But I really want to try to get Dragon's Dogma done. So we can play Dragon's Dogma 2. So the plan for tomorrow is play as much Dragon's Dogma as I can manage of the first one. We're close. We're doing the DLC. And also, yeah, I'm sponsored to play Siege. So we are going to be playing Siege. Rainbow Six Siege. I'm really excited about it because I don't play that game very often. I'm not really good at it, so it'll be good. So we'll do both. Yeah. So look forward to that, and we will be continuing with the LOREATHON as well. But I want to get some time for Dragon's Dogma because I'm very excited about it, and it seems like a really neat game. And we're going to be starting it on Saturday. So this week, Dragon's Dogma, Siege, a little bit more LOREATHON, and then Dragon's Dogma 2. Raph versus Shroud. I'm betting all my points on Raph. Easy, and you're going to lose them all, but thank you for the support. Oh. Probably Lanedale caved in at some point. No, okay, so you're thinking of the Deeper Depths. That's the base of the Erd Tree, and that there was an Eternal City there, and it got attacked by Estelle. I don't think that's not Lanedale architecture in there. That's the Eternal City architecture, like Nokron. But they lost their sky, unfortunately. Thanks so much for the follow. I'm really excited. I really just want to... I'm trying to squeeze some time to play Dragon's Dogma in. So that's why I'm streaming tomorrow. I was like, I could do it another day. Rise of the Ronin? No shade to Rise of the Ronin. I'm really excited. I love Dragon's Dogma 1. It's such a neat game. So I'm really excited for 2. It doesn't mean any shade on Rise. It's just I'm really excited about Dragon's Dogma 2. So no particular plans, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Alright, we are gonna raid Quelaag. I need to go to bed. Quelaag does a lot of lore. Absolute savant of knowledge. However, today she's playing Dragon's Dogma 2. So I'm gonna have to pop in and be like, wow, hello, please enjoy. But I don't want to see anything, so I'll be able to play. Yeah, we're gonna be reading Quelaag. Either way, thanks so much for hanging out today. It's been really, really fun. I really appreciate everyone being intrigued by the lore and engaging with it and just having a good time. Today's been really, really fun. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. You guys are great. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, for something a little different. Yeah, make sure to copy the raid message. It's very poggers. I have to copy it too. That's my secret cap. I always copy it. Alright, take it easy, everybody. Good night, YouTube. Good night, Twitch. Volpine, Jake, Lyco, Butters, Czar Nikolai, Master MPS, Zutropo, Girl Painting, Justin, Hikari, Other Lyco, Quaither. Gonna manually take the raid message? Dog, that's commitment. I keep waving. Good night, everybody. Any second, I'm going to surprise you with the raid. I'm not going to let it... I think I can wait. I can wait for 7 more seconds. Banduso, Share, Metalgad, good night.